अभी भी चल रही है क्या मैम? हाँ मैम, सिग्नेचर का डन।
And they are coming.
Yesterday, a tragic terror attack occurred in Pahalgam, in the Anantnag district of Jammu and Kashmir. The attack targeted innocent tourists, claiming 27 precious lives and leaving families devastated. As a mark of respect and tribute to those who lost their lives in this senseless act of violence, I request everyone to stand and observe 1 minute of silence. Let us offer our prayers to the departed souls and strength and peace to their bereaved families. Thank you. Please be seated. So let us honor their memory by committing ourselves to peace, unity, and the protection of every innocent life. So now we are moving towards our program, and two eminent resource persons are with us today. I am introducing with a short brief Dr. Ramya Ranjan Patel sir, who is an associate professor at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning, JNU, New Delhi, and Dr. Alina Samantroy ma'am, faculty member at VV Giri National Labour Institute under the Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India. So first of all, I am also introducing our local Gyan coordinator, Professor Gunjan Goel sir, who is among us, and I invite Professor Gunjan Goel to facilitate Dr. Ramya Ranjan Patel sir with a token and a plant of memory. Sir. Thank you, sir. And I would like to invite Dr. Alina Samantroy ma'am and would request Professor Gunjan Goel sir to felicitate ma'am. Yeah. And Rima ma'am also, please join. Plant. Yeah. Okay. So now we are heading towards first session of today's event, and now I'd like to invite Miss Kiran, who is a PhD research scholar in the Department of Sociology and the departmental representative of our department, to come and introduce Dr. Ramya Ranjan sir. And sir, abhi thoda aur. Kiran, please come. Quick.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Ramya Ranjan Patel, who is currently serving as an associate professor at Center of Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Dr. Patel holds a PhD in economics from JNU and brings with him a rich and diverse academic and research experience. Before joining JNU, he contributed significantly to the field of labor studies and social protection as an assistant professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati campus. He also served as an associate fellow at prestigious VV Giri National Labour Institute under the Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India. Additionally, Dr. Patel has taught at Delhi University for over 13 years, shaping your minds and contributing to academia in numerous capacities. Dr. Pa- uh, so Sir, we are honored to have you with us. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ramya Ranjan Patel.
Just wear this microphone for the recording purpose.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rima. So there are two sessions I will be covering. One is this, and maybe after the next session, I will be having my second session. So this one is on international migration in a historical context, and I will touch upon two things here: slavery and indentured labor. I will explain you what indentured labor is. Maybe you are having some idea about it. Yes? No? Okay. So before beginning this, have a look of this board. Can you see it? I have just tried to make the world picture here, but you can identify at least, right? If this map is not very accurate, but then it is South America, North America, Africa, Europe, then Southern Asia, Australia, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, Japan. So broadly, I have tried to make this picture. And now I would like to request you to have a look of this map and visualize the population of the respective countries or respective continents. What do you see? What do you see? The population of Australia, the population of South America, North America, Africa, South Africa, Europe. What is your perception? Let's say, for example, Australia. Who are the people in Australia? Black, white, huh? White. Natives are there, right? But white are also there. And white, normally we see Australia is dominated by the people from white, that white migrants. Okay. Similarly, South America, the same. Natives are there. We call them indigenous people. And then also we see the white people there. North America, natives were there, red Indians. इसको हम red Indians कहते हैं, right? हाँ, very low. But the original population of North America is red Indians, right? And then the white settlers moved into America, and then they brought in the Negroes, the black people from Africa, right? So this is the population of America now. It is composed of South Africa, same thing. So every region, every continent, the original people are the indigenous people. But at present, we see that it is not. They are very, we don't have the idea that they are the original people of that region, and that has now been dominated by the white or the new settlers. Similarly, there is a country called Mauritius here. There is a country called Mauritius here. Yes, there is a country called Fiji here. There are countries, West Indies here, Guyana, Suriname here. So, what is the population composition? In those regions, other than the indigenous people, we also find Indian, Asian migrants, Indian, Chinese. Suriname में Chinese लोग भी मिलेंगे आपको, और मॉरिशस में तो 80% इंडियन है, फिजी में almost half इंडियन है. Yes or no? So we need to analyze how did that happen? How did that happen, and when did that happen, and why did that happen? This is what I am going to discuss, right? In the context when I'll be discussing slavery and indentured labor. यही मुझे बताना है आपको कि कैसे ये पॉपुलेशन का जो कॉम्पोजिशन चेंज हो गया टू द रेस्पेक्टिव कॉन्टिनेंट्स, कंट्रीज, रीजन, यही है. So this is my brief outline what I am going to discuss. These are certain things. So everywhere there were natives. Everywhere there were natives. We call them indigenous people. Then there is movement of people to those regions or from that region to other regions. Yes. And the movements of people could be first white movement, that is the European settlements started across the continents. European settlements started. Then the settlement of black, that is particularly related to African people, Negro, black. Then there was Indian, Chinese, Asian movement to those regions. Okay. And there is that movement happened through slavery. The first kind of movement that happened through that is particularly related with the black movement, the Negro movement, that happened through slavery. So we discussed slavery, what is slavery and why did it happen, why it started and why it ended. Then the phases of slavery. The phases of slavery. Slavery is not only confined to Africa or the black movement. Slavery has been very, very ancient, since the Roman Greek time. Very ancient. So, and that slavery also happened within Europe. Then slavery happened with Africa, and then India and China, but that is not pure slavery. That we can call slavery 2.0, the second phase of slavery. That is called indentured labor, the movement of people through indentured labor. Okay. Then what are the reasons for that movement? What is the reason for slavery? What is the reason for indentured labor? And why it started and why it ended. Then briefly we discuss the relation between labor and capital, how they are related and how it caused the movement of people. And then we discuss the past globalization and the present globalization. What is the similarities? What are the similarities? What is the difference? So why I am saying past globalization and which phase I am saying past globalization? The phase of colonialism, particularly after 1856, before the First World War. That period I am saying as first phase of globalization. What is globalization? Huh? Integration of markets, right? Integration of markets. You may prefer to understand it as integration of society, right? Huh? Throughout the globe. But that process started with economy, integration of markets. And what are the markets? Land market, labor market, capital market, technology market, labor market as well. There is also a market for labor. There is demand for labor, there is supply for labor. So the international migration we try to understand in that context. There is demand, there is supply, whether there is willingness to migrate or are they forced to migrate, what happened in the past, what happened in the present. Okay. So past globalization, present globalization, forced labor migration, restricted labor migration, they were willing to migrate or not, or they were forcefully migrated. Okay. So this is the brief outline. Now, briefly we discuss what slavery is. And slavery has been very ancient, as I told. So slavery is the ownership of human beings by other human beings. Slavery is the ownership of human beings by other human beings. Very disturbing, right? Can someone own the other human being? Very difficult to imagine, right? But it is. It was. So after all the markets, land market, labor market, commodity market, financial market, what is the different character of the labor market? No. What is the basic difference of labor market as compared to other markets? Sorry? So, labor is not a commodity. That is the foundation of the ILO. Labor is not a commodity. But here what is happening? Labor is being owned by someone. So labor is being treated as commodity. Exactly right that. So can we do that? Can we imagine that? Very difficult to imagine, but it was the reality. Yes, yes. So owning the human beings. So labor is treated as commodity. Really inhuman. Okay, so that is slavery is something when labor has become an article of trade. So we are just treating labor, human being as commodities, article of trade. As we export and import raw materials, as we import and export machines and other things, we are similarly importing and exporting human beings. Very painful to listen. So it is difficult to know but when slavery exactly started, but it has been very ancient, and the world's oldest civilizations, Greeks, Romans, they were all using that. They were all using slavery, slaves for various operations. Have you seen the movie Gladiator? Huh? Are you not entertained? So who are fighting? And who are being enjoyed? Prisoners of war. And those who were captured by capturing the territories. And they were trying to find their freedom. You do watch Gladiator. Okay. So it has been very ancient. Greeks, Romans, they were all using. There is also a mention of this thing in Indian context, maybe during Gupta dynasty, but not as prevalent as that happened in Greek society or Roman society. But there is a mention of in Indian context. We are not absolved from that blame, although not to that degree. Not to that degree. So although slavery has existed in almost every part of the inhabited, the use of black African, but it is worst when we started or when the world started having this kind of slavery, the Negro slaves, by Europeans. By whom? By Europeans, between the 16th and 19th century. It is that period, the slavery of that period we will try to focus on. That 15th to 19th century, that is Middle Age in Europe. Renaissance, yes. Yes. So that is the best known type of slavery. And you will be surprised to know certain words, while listening certain words, like slave catching. They were going for slave catching. The Europeans were going to Africa for what? Slave catching. For what? Slave raiding. For what? Slave hunting. So where are you going? Slave hunting. We are going for slave hunting. So disturbing, right? As we say, I am going to the forest for hunting a tiger. But they were going to hunt slaves. So the so-called civilized world has done all the uncivilized work. And they have completely destroyed the society, the other civilizations. And this is what Marx called primitive accumulation. And slavery, I would rather say, the worst form of primitive accumulation. Primitive accumulation is fine, but it is the brutal form of primitive accumulation. Extremely inhuman. Very difficult to imagine. Okay. So here is a poem. This poem I have actually taken Black Rossetti. It was written, but I have taken it from the book Theory of Economic History by Hicks. So what is that poem? The souls of men are bought and sold. The souls of men, the slaves, are bought and sold. For what? And milk fed infancy for gold. And youth to slaughterhouse led, and beauty for a bit of bread. This is from that book. I have circulated that one. That must be there in your readings. So slavery in the first phase. So three phases we discuss. First phase. First phase slavery is ancient one, the Greece one, the Roman one. So it was mainly the method of slavery that was used. They were basically using slavery as the method of the various operations, agricultural operations or the craftsman operation, for whatever purpose they were using slaves. Now, who were the slaves in the first phase? The slaves in the first phase were not from Africa, certainly. They were not from America. They were not from India or China. They were from, so if you see Greece, Rome, they are here, Mediterranean Sea ke aas-paas. So they were getting slaves by conquering, capturing the neighbors, by extending their territories to the present German, by extending their territories to present England, extending their territory to Eastern Europe, right? So who were the slaves? The slaves were Anglo-Saxon, German, Slavs. And from these Slavs, these are various indigenous group of Europe, right? Tribal people. So they captured them. And then they brought them as, or get them worked as slaves. So the first phase was restricted to Europe. But who were getting them? The Greeks, Romans. They were basically getting the rest of the population of Europe as slaves. And who were preferred? Those who were non-Christian or semi-Christian. Right? So non-Christians were the primary target to make them slaves. So they were captured citizens from the territory or the prisoners of war. They were from Europe itself, non-Christian, semi-Christian. They were Anglo-Saxon, Germans until they were Christianized. Slaves, another category from the term slavery came in, from slaves until they were too Christianized. The main potential source of slaves to the south, that is Africa, East, Middle East, present Middle East, that was restricted, blocked by the military power of the Islam. Ottoman power, all those powers, they were powerful, so they could not get slaves or people from down or eastern part of Rome or Greece. So basically the first phase, it was the European. The rest of the European society, except the powerful Rome, Greek, they were slaves. This I did. Slavery in the first phase. Second phase, Negro slave. Again, we start with a poem by P.B. Shelley from the same book, Hicks. As a shark and dogfish wait under an Atlantic isle for the Negro ship whose freight is the theme of their debate. So Negro ships will come from Africa to Europe, Africa to America. So the shark and dogfish will be waiting. This is the imagination. तो कब ये निग्रो शिप आएगा अमेरिका के लिए, निग्रो शिप जाएगा यूरोप के लिए इन द अटलांटिक. So they will be waiting कि वो शिप कब जाएगा. Why the fish will be interested in that ship? Imagination, I'm saying. Why the fish will be interested? Why they would be interested? कि कब जाएगा वो निग्रो शिप, कब जाएगा?
एक्चुअली जब शिप्स जाती थी तो उसमें बहुत सारी बीमारियां साथ चलती थी.
हाँ. हाँ.
And they were thrown to the sea.
Right.
And they became feast of the fishes.
Very good. Yes, this is the reason. So when they were capturing the slaves, they were capturing the whole village or the whole society. They were not selecting the people कि नहीं ये बहुत तगड़ा है, ये बहुत हाइट का है और ये बढ़िया काम करेगा. It is not. They were capturing the whole society, the whole village. When they were hunting for slaves. And then later on they gradually realize कि he is old age, ये तो काम नहीं कर सकता, इसका भाव तो ज्यादा नहीं होगा, we may not get benefit, इसको तो ये बीमारी है, ये तो छोटा है, ये तो लंगड़ा है, ये तो वो है. Then they used to throw it in the ocean. हाँ.
So the origin place, why are not they selecting the usable person in place of selecting?
Where they were doing it? Because it was not that easy. You went to the village, you call everyone, and then you measure their height and weight and length. It was not that easy. ठीक है, जैसे आप शेर का शिकार करने गए हो, it is not easy कि कौन सा शेर को मैं पकड़ूंगा. You just hunt कि कौन सा चिड़िया मारूंगा या कौन सा क्या मारूंगा. It is quite possible. It is quite possible. And it is also mentioned somewhere, I read, the pregnant women were thrown into the sea.
सर जो होता था कैप्टिविटी होती थी,
हाँ.
बेस्ड ऑन एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर रखते थे अपने एक एरिया में और वो लोगों को सिलेक्ट करके या इकट्ठा करके और फिर वो बेचते.
कॉन्ट्रैक्टर तो होते ही थे, बिल्कुल वहां के जो लीडर्स होते थे वो उनके साथ टाई अप होता था, बट ये बहुत आसान नहीं होता था बिकॉज दे विल ट्राई टू एस्केप. Everybody will try to escape. So literally they have to hunt them. तो उतना फुर्सत नहीं है कि वो बढ़िया से किसी को देखें और मेजर करें कि ये सही होगा, ये सही नहीं होगा. So first of them they try to catch everyone and then put it in the sea. And then gradually they realize it is suitable, not suitable, beneficial, not beneficial. So there are estimates when almost 10 to 15% of the population, the slaves, they used to be thrown in the ship. So if they have captured 1,000 people, Negro, at least 800 will be disembarked. So where are that 200? They are in the passage of Atlantic Ocean, the Middle Passage.
Sir, you discussed about the first phase where there was no Negro slaves
Ah,
in the Roman society,
right.
but their Roman society did have a relation with the Islamic powers as well.
Yes.
So that from trade from Damascus and Turkey, they used to trade Negro slaves in the first phase as well.
From the northern part, there is possibility. It is not exactly the phases are distinguished, but broadly this is broad patterns I am saying. यहाँ से होते थे, ये part से होते थे, इधर से. But then gradually from Sudan and all, they used the sea route. है ना? The second phase में. हाँ. But बहुत ज़्यादा इधर से नहीं हो पाया. So yeah. So slavery in Europe, slavery was common in Europe from the 15th to the 18th century, middle age onwards, but has received less attention and is less prominent in the public memory. And what normally is got the attention is slavery in Europe during Atlantic slave trade. From quantitative perspective, estimated 11 to 12 million. So this is the number. But Europe still got slaves after 1500. From a historian, still do not have the source to calculate more accurately. Slaves in Europe came from the Ottoman Empire, as you said. They also came from the Ottoman Empire, Indian Ocean colonies, Sub-Saharan Africa, Atlantic colonies. So the darkest episode in the history of mercantile slavery are the matter of the large-scale employment of slaves. Now here I have tried to, the darkest episode is this, when we use slave catching, slave hunting, slave trading. That is the darkest episode of it. And slaves were employed in two categories of work. One, they were employed in household work, right, in small number. They were employed in gangs. So there is a concept called gang slaves. The condition of the household slave, the small, when they were employed in small number, the condition could still be better. But when they were used as gang slaves, the condition is worst. The condition is worse. Gangs के जब बहुत लोग एक जगह में काम करते हैं. So the employment of slaves in gangs on plantation. So when there is requirement of gangs, बहुत लोगों की कब जरूरत पड़ेगी? When they will be doing plantations, cotton, sugar, mines, and galley slaves. Galley slaves is to operate the ships using the galley. Their condition is worst. That was the darkest episode. Now coming to America. Millions of enslaved Africans contributed to the establishment of colonies in the Americas, including USA. So the black people, almost 12 to 15% of the USA population, their ancestors were actually migrated to America during this process. Throughout the 17th century, European settlers in North America turned to enslave Africans as a cheaper, because they were cheaper, more plentiful labor source than indigenous population and indentured servants. The indentured servants were mostly poor Europeans. Europeans also went to America as indentured labor, other than the merchants, other than the entrepreneurs, other than, So Europeans and American slave trades transported nearly 12.5 million enslaved Americans. So more than 1 crore. Of this number, approximately 10 to 7 million disembarked. Where were they? The others. If 12.5 were boarded the ship, actually disembarked were 10.7. So what happened to the rest of the population? They were thrown into the sea. Maybe for the dogfish or shark. So throughout the 17th and 18th century, European and American slave merchants purchased enslaved Africans who were transported to the Americas and forced into slavery in the American colonies and exploited to work in the production of crops such as tobacco, wheat, indigo, rice, sugar, and cotton. And they were engaged in those sectors. Okay. What are the reasons for this? So first phase of slavery, second phase of slavery we discussed. The third phase of slavery I am keeping it for my next session. There for few subsequent slides where I discuss indentured labor, where I will bring in Asia, India, South Asia, China. So what are the reasons for this slavery? What was the reason? The reason could be, some may say it is moral, some may say it is religious. क्योंकि लोगों को अच्छा नहीं लगा, एथिकली अच्छा नहीं लगा, क्योंकि रिलीजियस प्रिंसिपल्स थोड़ा सा उनको हट किया होगा, सेंटिमेंट्स. बट द रीजन इज, एज पर हिग्स, it is economic. It is economic. Now let's discuss how economic reasons was responsible for slavery and also for the end of slavery. Both. For the beginning of slavery and also for the end of slavery. Economic reasons. Now, when the mercantile economy was growing off, I am using this term, mercantile economy. So the economy, the societies were not mercantile before. The societies were basically command and customary. Command and customary society. The society were governed by the principle of command and customary law. Okay? And they are still there. In the indigenous belt of India, they are still governed by this customary principles. You are better familiar with those things. So when the society was changing from command and customary predecessor, there was development of mercantile economy. And the mercantile economy, trade, that is more important. And that is basically distinguishes the present society, the modern society, as compared to the command or customary society. Trade and traders. Trade and traders, that brings the basic difference between the command and customary society to the modern society. In the command and customary society, there were no traders. There were farmers. There were soldiers. Right? There were craftsmen. But there were no traders. Okay. So the easiest way for the merchant to get servant was to buy slaves. And when the society was growing economically, mercantile development happened, trade happened, growing. They used to buy slaves from some neighboring lord who had prisoners of war to dispose of. They had prisoners of war to dispose of. There was demand for slaves to get them engaged, maybe to produce more output, maybe to produce more textile, maybe to produce more metal-based output. So they had to be brought from their homes to a new place. To get them engaged, they have to be brought from their home to the new place. And after the work is over, then they have to, it is their responsibility to get them back to their home. That involves extra expenses. So it is better to buy them outright. तो खरीद ही लो उनको सीधा and make them their property and use them as they wish. Okay. So it was that at the time of economic expansion of the early Middle Age, the second city-state phase, slaves were scarce and expensive. In the early Middle Age, gradually, slaves were scarce and expensive because they could not expand it. After capturing the people from Europe, it was difficult for them to expand the sources of slaves. On the other hand, the mercantile economy was growing. So what? The price of slaves, that gone off. So now it is better to use non-slaves labor. Are you getting this point? The mercantile economy was growing. The sources of slaves were stopped. Having exhausted all the sources of slaves within Europe and not having the opportunity to explore to Africa, demand and supply. So supply of slaves exhausted, the demand for labor increased, so the price of slaves gone off. So now it is better to have Free labor, non-slave labor. Are you getting it? Because when you are buying slaves, it has to maintain. So there is depreciation cost involved. But when it is free labor, you only have to pay the wage. So it is better to have the free labor than slaves. Why? Because the source of slaves have stopped. As long as the source of slave continues, the price of slaves is low. When the price of slave is low, it is better to replace the slaves. तो ये काम नहीं कर पाया, ये बुढ़ा हो गया, हटाओ इसको, नया ले आओ. Easily available. The same way we compare our mobile phone. When the mobile phones are expensive, it becomes very difficult to replace. So we try to repair. The same consideration of a commodity. Okay, so the mercantile economy of Western Europe in the Middle Age was insulated from sources of slaves. And by the time that the sea route of Africa was opened off in the 15th century, or briefly after that, the free labor system was established. So free labor system came into existence because of the economic region. This is the point I want to make. So what happens? Free labor displaces the slave labor. So if slave labor is plentiful, its price is low, so it will displace the free labor. When free labor is plentiful, its price is low, and it will displace the slaves. Got it? Okay. This is the story of Europe. Now we go to America. But in America, the wage has already been higher than Europe. Historically. अभी भी अमेरिका में वेज ज्यादा है, तो हर कोई अमेरिका जाना चाहता है. And in America, the wage is per hour wage. It is not daily wage. It is again indicative of that labor is very expensive. And why labor is expensive in America? It is because America is a vast land. The size of population is small. So the people can own some land, right? In the countryside, in the villages. And unlike Europe, if they migrate to urban areas, their land is kept safe. So they can come back. If they are not happy in the cities, they can still come back. If they are not getting good wage in the cities, not getting good employment in the city, they can come back and then cultivate. So if they are not getting higher wage rate, they will leave the cities. And when they leave the cities, the wage rate will increase. Is that point clear? So they have that choice. So जैसे गांव से लोग आते हैं ना शहर में काम करने के लिए, अगर उनका खेत गांव में भी है और उनको लगा कि मुझे शहर में ज्यादा थोड़ा पैसा मिल जाएगा, then they will prefer to leave their villages and go to the urban area. But if they are not happy, they can still go back. And when they go back, the supply of labor in the cities will reduce. And when the supply reduces, the price of labor will increase, so the wage rate will increase. So that happened in America because the land was safe. But in Europe, that did not happen. If they leave the village and went to the city, the land had been captured by someone else. समझ में आया? So that is why in America the wage rate has been historically high. And when the wage rate is historically high, it was under this condition that the slave system became once again cheaper. So free labor mein wage rate is already high. So they wanted an alternative of it. Now what is that alternative? The same discoveries which were to open of the land of America had begun by giving access to sources of slaves in Africa. So then when the wage rate is higher in America, they wanted for an alternative. Now they were looking for कहीं से slaves मिल जाते तो. So then they started exploring Africa. So now slave labor is cheaper than free labor because the wage rate for the free labor is higher. So it came about that so late a stage in the evolution of mercantile economy, there was a relapse into slavery. यूरोप में तो हो गया जो होना था. They were into free labor, but in America, they went to slavery because free labor was more scarce, was expensive than slave labor. So they wanted to have an alternative, and then they started exploring Africa again. Okay. It ended with the anti-slavery movement, ended in USA in the 1865, in UK 1934. This period is very essential, this 1934 in UK. It's all about slavery. Hope you got this point? Okay. Now we go to indentured labor. Ma'am, how much time I have? 20 more minutes. Okay. So then we are into indentured labor. And I told you the time period. It ended in USA in 1865, in UK in 1934. Okay. Now, the requirements of cheap and suitable labor still exist in the colonies, despite the end of slavery, because the economies were growing. Economies were growing. And when economies were growing, there will of course be the requirement of hands to work. Yes or no? And that kind of industries were growing, not the present kind of industries where there is less requirement of hands, there is more use of machines. During that time, what were the sectors growing? Tobacco, sugar cane, sugar, mines, textile. So there were requirements of huge hands. हाथों का काम, हाथों का जरूरत बहुत होता था. Okay, labor intensive. There are requirements of hands. On the other hand, there is end of slavery. So who will fill the gap? What will fill that gap? Huh?
तो ऐसे मजदूर जो एक जगह टिक के और काम कर सके, जो उनके पास कोई और ऑप्शन ना हो नहीं होता.
Institution. Broadly, I said slavery has ended. There is requirement of hands because economy was growing, and all the industries were labor intensive. Okay. Huh? So, in terms of institution, slavery as an institution has ended. Now I am using that. Slavery as an institution has ended. Now there should be a new kind of institution to fill the gap. Indentured labor. The same thing. Indentured labor. Indentured labor is what? Slavery 2.0. Different kind of packaging. कहने के लिए थोड़ा दूसरा लगता है. Different kind of packaging. Same चीज है. थोड़ा सा पैकेजिंग दूसरा हुआ है. In a civilized sense. So what is the difference between indentured labor and slavery?
Indentured laborers were from the colonies which were not fully in their control, but the slaves were from mainly Africa.
No, that may not be the accurate answer to that.
Slavery is like they own them, totally own them. But in indentured labor, they provide them first help, some kind of help like economic help. But later, if they are not able to pay the what they have given,
So
they
basically,
have to work for them.
previously there was no rights, but here in indentured labor there will be some rights to the.
Some rights. What were those rights?
So they are getting some wages,
Ha,
nominal wages,
Ah.
but they are getting something.
ha.
So and there is some security than previous one in terms of rate as well.
Okay. Okay. Let me tell you. The difference between slavery and indentured labor is there are basically two major differences. One, in indentured labor, they had the freedom to come back to the place of the origin. They had the freedom to come back. So they used to sign a contract, and that contract is primarily for 5 years. So after 5 years, they had a choice to come back, right? And second, they will be given some wage, because slaves were not given wage. They were given, they were promised wage, and they were also given that you will be given some land there, right? So this is how slavery is slightly indentured labor is slightly better than slavery. पैकेजिंग थोड़ा दूसरा हिसाब से पैकेजिंग हो गया. So slavery is 2.0 and this is indentured labor is slavery 2.0. Second phase है इसका. Okay. So following the abolition of slavery across the British Empire, Indian indentured laborers provided a cheap source of labor to the government. Cheap source of labor, slavery तो खत्म हो गया. Then who will provide the cheap source of labor? So then they have devised indentured labor. And in indentured labor, the people, those who primarily migrated from India, were from the Bhojpuri belt, both eastern UP and Bihar, Bhojpuri belt basically. They migrated to the countries I mentioned, I told you earlier, Mauritius, Fiji, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Malaysia. Singapore, Malaysia were mainly from Tamil Nadu, right? Singapore, Malaysia were mainly from Tamil Nadu southern belt. But Mauritius, Fiji, South Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Guyana, Trinidad, Tobago, West Indies, they were mainly from UP and Bihar, Bhojpuri belt.
Sir, why didn't the Britishers or other colonizers didn't do the slave trade with Indians basically when they were colonized?
They didn't do the slave trades with Indian when they were close, because maybe it was close. Africa was close to them. I have not read this, but maybe it was close to them, and maybe it was easier for them to hunt. There were some sense of good governance, you can say, as compared to Africa.
There was a difficulty trade route as well.
Trade route. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It is closer. From America also it is closer. For Europe also it is closer. Africa is closer. And in terms of governance, they can easily get influenced by giving some amount, because
There were no regional powers in Africa. There were no regional powers.
Regional powers or very empowered states or something. Okay, so they migrated from the Bhojpuri belt of India. And indentured labor is also applicable to the growth of tea plantation in India. But that is domestic migration, you can say. This is not international migration. But the tea plantation that is there in Northeast, it is mainly from the people from the tribal belt of India, the central tribal belt of India, Jharkhand, part of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, part of West Bengal. And the tea tribe we call in Assam in Northeast, it is basically their contribution. The tea plantation in India is also through indentured labor. But I will not focus on that. because we are discussing international migration. So international migration is mainly restricted. So the origin was the Bhojpuri belt of India, and in Bihar or UP there is a term called Girmitia. Have you heard this name, Girmitia? Huh? There is a term called Girmitia Mazdoor. And why do they call indentured labor as Girmitia? They call indentured labor as Girmitia because this process was under an agreement. So the labor who wants to migrate, they have to sign an agreement, a contract, I said. Indian people are not good with speaking, pronouncing English words. है कि नहीं? So agreement becomes girmit. Agreement becomes girmit. And from girmit becomes girmitia. Girmitia. Girmit. नहीं, it is a हिंदी वर्ड ही है जो भोजपुरी वर्ड है. जैसे आप यहाँ पे लोग बोलते होंगे ना, बॉल को बल्ब बोलते हैं कि नहीं बोलते हैं? स्कूल को क्या बोलते हैं? सकूल कहते हैं ना. हाँ, ऐसे. So agreement becomes girmit, and from girmit it becomes girmitia. Okay, so they migrated to those countries, and they are very much rooted even today. They are still rooted to our Indian culture. They have still preserved it. वो भी होली दिवाली सब मनाते हैं, and they speak Hindi. टाइमलाइन ना, तो मैं बता रहा हूँ 1834 to First World War 35.
एक्चुअली उस टाइम पे जो इंडेंचर्ड लेबर की माइग्रेशन थी वो पंजाब की तरफ और नॉर्थ वेस्ट की तरफ शिफ्ट हो गई.
इंडेंचर्ड लेबर के माइग्रेंट्स
मतलब पंजाब वाले एरिया से ज्यादा जाने लग गए थे. और
देखो, मैं बिल्कुल कहीं किसी रीजन को मैं डिनाई नहीं कर रहा हूँ. हाँ, मतलब हो सकता है कनाडा वनाडा भी हो सकता है कहीं पे, बट अंडर व्हाट प्रोसेस दे वेंट आई हैव नो क्लियर आइडिया अबाउट दैट. ठीक है, वो किस हिसाब से पंजाब से कनाडा में गए कुछ होगा.
एक्चुअली कनाडा से पहले वो मॉरिशस, फिजी इन देशों में गए थे, एंड लेटर जो यूरोपियंस थे उन्होंने बोला कि इनको एग्रीकल्चर से और दूसरे जॉब्स में शिफ्ट करते हैं.
देखो, मैंने पंजाब रिलेटेड आई हैव नो मच आइडिया, लेकिन ये चीज हुआ है कि फॉर एग्जांपल उगांडा और अफ्रीका, दे वेंट टू उगांडा, अफ्रीका, दे डिड दैट नाइरोबी railway line. It was the indentured labor from India. They constructed that Nairobi. They did that Nairobi railway line, and then later on, some of them were shifted to Europe. But this Punjab connection, I have no much idea. I have much better idea so far as this Girmitia thing is concerned. Punjab ka ho sakta hai, I am not denying. And then I have some idea about the South Indian. They went to Malaysia and Singapore. Okay. So they have still preserved that route, Indian route. Okay. And then one more thing I would like to say. See, one disturbing thing. They are signing that agreement, but that agreement is written in English. On the other hand, the Indian people, they do not have any idea of English. So they just sign that agreement. What is written in the agreement, they don't know. Okay? तो ये भी हुआ उनके साथ. So indentured was a system of bonded labor that was instituted following the abolition of slavery. Better packaging. Indentured labor were recruited to work on sugar, cotton and tea plantations and rail construction projects in British colonies in West Indies, Africa, Southeast Asia. From
they taken the signature of the indentured labor in English. Why not in Hindi? I mean, is it planned way?
हाँ, प्लान है बिल्कुल.
Or they don't know?
हाँ, ये देखो, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, ये कोई अच्छा चीज नहीं था. स्लेवरी से थोड़ा सा अच्छा था, इतना ही है. पैकेजिंग था, थोड़ा सा दूसरा पैकेजिंग था कि आपको बढ़िया नौकरी दे देंगे, तुम्हें वहां पे जगह दे देंगे, तुम्हें वेज मिल जाएगी, तुम्हें फिर वापस ले आएंगे। थंब ऑल्सो, साइन, थंब जो भी है, अंगूठा।
And at the same time, you are mentioning that it is for the following abolition of slavery. Bonded labor is itself is like something which is if people don't have access to free themselves, right? Then
देखो, there are various categories of what you are saying bonded labor. Servitude, serfdom is also a kind of that. Bonded labor is also a kind of that. Even in the wage labor, there is a component of slavery. ठीक है, and slavery is still existing. There are also reports of slavery report, some reports on slavery even today. But then what? When did you join this class? Just now, ना? मैंने slavery के बारे में पूरा बताया. Slavery मैं किसको कह रहा हूँ? ठीक है, हाँ. So from 1834 to the end of World War I, Britain had transported about 2 million Indian indentured workers to 19 colonies. 2 million. एक हिसाब से, including Fiji, Mauritius, Ceylon, Trinidad, Guyana, Malaysia, Uganda, Kenya and South Africa. और इन्हीं इंडेंचर्ड लेबर का कंडीशन को देख के गांधी जी ने साउथ अफ्रीका में सत्याग्रह स्टार्ट किया, उन्हीं के कंडीशन को देखते हुए. दिस इज द साउथ अफ्रीकन कनेक्शन, नेटाल में. सो द इंडेंचर्ड वर्कर्स, derogatory, the coolies, girmitia, were recruited from India, and indentured labor is not confined to India itself. From China also, from Indonesia also. They used to sign a contract in their own countries to work abroad for a period of 5 years. They were meant to receive wages. They were promised that you will get wages, a small amount of land, a promise to return. And once their contract was over, in reality this seldom happened. कुछ ही लोग वापस आए हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि बिल्कुल लोग वापस नहीं आए, but it seldom happened, and it was not a conscious decision, a hidden kind of institution to motivate them to migrate to those countries. And the conditions were harsh and their wages were low. So why did they leave? There was requirement of hands, of course. There was requirement of hands, so they demanded those labor. But why did the people from the Bhojpuri belt, they wanted to leave? They wanted to leave because they were not fully aware. One condition is that they were not fully aware of the condition of the contract. Others were forcibly taken to other colonies, and also there is some component of poverty and famines were frequent to avoid that economic hardship. तो वहां पे चले जाएंगे तो थोड़ा सा हमारा बेहतर हो सकता है.
तो इंडिया का मार्केट था वो खत्म कर दिया था एक तरीके से.
हाँ,
इस वजह से.
हाँ. तो poverty, famines was a very regular phenomenon. So to escape, drought, famine, and that was the populous belt. भोजपुरी बेल्ट क्यों सिलेक्ट किया गया? क्योंकि वहां पे बहुत लोग हैं. The density of population is very high even today. हाँ, इलिटरेट तो देखो उस जमाने में हर कोई इलिटरेट ही था. 5-10% कुछ होंगे जो राजा महाराजा होंगे, वो पढ़े लिखे होंगे. तो they wanted to escape their poverty. So, but given the higher level of illiteracy, few workers understood the terms of contract. They put their thumb imprint. Many were commonly misled, and this is how they went. So, demand and supply side of the indentured labor. Now, the journey took 10 to 20 weeks. So, 2-2.5 महीना से 6 महीना लगा. 6 महीना you are in the ship. Depending on the destination. 1856 मान लो इंडिया से कोई यहाँ पे जाएगा, वेस्ट इंडीज जाएगा, गोयना जाएगा, तो लॉन्ग रूट. कोई मॉरिशस गया, हो सकता है 2-2.5 महीने में पहुंच जाएगा. So 1856-57, the average death rate for Indians traveling to the Caribbean was 17% due to disease like dysentery, cholera and measles. जहाज में ही. After the disembark, there were further deaths in the holding depot, जहाँ पे वहाँ पे रहते थे. Then there was the process of acclimatization. एक नया climate है, to get adjusted to it. It was very difficult. I remember this when they were constructing that Uganda railway line. It was passing through that forest. Thousands of indentured labor were killed by the by the lions there. शेर आके खा जाता था उनको. बीमारी भी हुए, कुछ वो बनाते समय भी मर गए, because no advanced machines were there. आप कभी when you visit the rail museum Delhi, you see how the railway has been constructed using elephant. लोग कैसे ढो के जा रहे हैं. अभी तो उस समय क्रेन नहीं होता था ना. So the system of indentured labor was officially abolished by British government in 1917. तो तब तक ये चलता रहा. And this is how you come to see Indian people, Holi Diwali in those. और सुनील नारायण जो है, शिव नारायण चंद्रपल है कि नहीं? ये सारे नाम है कि नहीं? साउथ अफ्रीका में कौन खेलता है वो? साउथ अफ्रीका का जो स्पिनर है केशव महाराज खेलता है वहां से. हाँ. So they were all from, they have all Indian origin. और जो आपका ऑस्ट्रेलियन टीम में एक इंडिजिनस प्लेयर था, जो जिसका हरभजन सिंह के साथ, एंड्रू सीमंड्स. ओरिजिन वहां का एबोरिजिन है, वो ओरिजिनल है. ये स्टीव स्मिथ वगैरह नहीं है ओरिजिनल. पर उसका मैं इंडेंचर्ड लेबर था या नहीं था वो मैं ज्यादा नहीं कह सकता. हाँ. There is demand for the recognition of the indigenous language and all those things. Yes. So that ended in 1917. एक broad idea है इंडिया साउथ एशिया से कैसे कहाँ पे कितने लोग गए. You can have a look of this. Jamaica, British Caribbean, Trinidad, British Guyana, South Africa, East Africa, Mauritius, Fiji, मालिया जो मलेशिया जो है. Okay. तो shall I stop here for my first session? टाइम भी हो गया ना? ठीक, एग्जैक्ट टाइम हो गया. बढ़िया, थैंक यू. अब इसके बाद फिर सेकंड में करेंगे ये वाला जो रिसेंट है. थैंक यू. हाँ.
So, welcome again, everyone. Now we are heading towards now our next session, which will be conducted by Dr. Alina ma'am. And now, first of all, I'd like to invite Ananya to come on the dais and introduce Alina ma'am to the audience.
It is my pleasure and honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Elena Sementroy. Dr. Sementroy is a renowned sociologist and currently serves as a faculty member at a prestigious V.V. Giri National Labour Institute under the Ministry of Labour and Empowerment, Government of India. With a PhD in sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, she brings over 18 years of rich professional experience to the field of labour studies. Her research spans critical areas such as unpaid work, time use studies, gender and social protection, labor codes, and international labor standards. Dr. Sementroy has led and contributed to numerous research projects and consultancy assignments in collaboration with prominent international organizations, including UNICEF, the World Bank, ITC, ILO, and the International Labour Organization. She is widely published with a significant body of work and employment. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Elena Sementroy.
Thank you so much.
Can I just wipe this board? Yes, I would also like to use it. And a slide changer. Slide changer है आपके पास? Thank you so much for the introduction, and I'm very happy to be with you all today, and very happy to see bright young faces, which we generally don't see every day at VP National Labour Institute. We deal mostly with labour officers, with trade unions, with civil society networks, government officials. They are our trainees. So we do some research methods courses where we get young scholars like you, but not every day. So today I'm very happy and privileged actually to be with you all, to see such curious minds asking so many questions, and generally doesn't happen with the target group with whom we interact. You know, officers, you know how they learn so many things, so they're like, "Ab bahut kuch seekh liya hai, kya seekhenge ab?" So it's like that. But I think I will be speaking something because I'm more driven towards policy research, and our institute works for informing governmental policy on labor issues, and I work very closely on gender. I would be speaking on gender and migration, feminist perspectives. That is something that's an area which is very close to my heart, and I've been working on feminist perspectives and unpaid work, care work, issues of migration, informal workers, particularly related to women within the informal economy, social protection, all of these aspects, and international standards. So when I was talking with Dr. Reema, I was just getting an idea about this particular group who are represented here, and I understand that they're all students. So I will be trying to give you some theoretical orientations, definitely, and but yes, my lecture will be more driven towards policy research. That maybe will be helping you in future, whoever is engaging in policy research in future for the government, or you are in any other international organization, or even your PhDs in future. So what I'm going to do very quickly to give you an idea, I would like to look into women's employment, particularly in India, locating the whole debate within the context of informality, and then looking into the issues of migrant workers and why we need to talk about gender specific interventions in migration studies, and from a larger policy perspective, what would be important for all of us to look at. I mean, for everyone who's working on labor issues and or in future would like to work something on migration or labor or international migration, would be very interesting to look at. I happen to finish a recent work. That is another. That is true. That is another debate. But that also we will see. We will look at informality. I mean, look into women's employment within the informal sector first. Try to see informality and migration, the interconnectedness there, and then we talk about feminist perspectives on migration, and bring in what are the challenges for women migrant workers within the informal sector, how research should be, you know, oriented to, what should be what we would be speaking about or talking about from a larger policy perspective when we are talking about issues of migration and women integrated into the entire spectrum there. And then coming to some good practices which we have been highlighting even for other countries or government of India, what they have done, and also some interventions and way forward. So that is how I plan to situate my lecture today. Since some of you are not aware about women's employment scenario in the country, I would just like to give you an idea before looking into employment, that we all are committed to the global SDGs, and SDGs very clearly have talked about responsible migration with well-managed migration policies. And what are we talking about when we are talking about well-managed migration policies, and when we are talking about responsible migration, and yet embedding gender concerns into it? What would be our concern to look at? I will be throwing light on those aspects only. I mean, many a times in migration research, we ignore the invisible dimensions of women's work or women's issues, which are integral for them to achieve their well-being. We might have a social protection policy, for example. The government might have in most of destination countries. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we need to actually situate where we have to focus from a larger policy perspective, whether our policies are working properly or not, whether we are thinking in the right direction or not. These are some of the questions which come to the mind. And that is how I take you from this global goal, which we all know and many countries have been following to achieve on the SDGs by 2030. That is there. Now, coming to the context where we situate women's work within the larger spectrum of informality, over the years, if you look into employment data, the Periodic Labor Force Survey, I think many of you are aware about the PLFS. Are you aware? Yes. Any of you working on employment data? None of you are working on employment data? Okay, none of you are working on labor issues? Okay. Okay, so the Periodic Labor Force Survey, have you heard about it? So they are our annual employment surveys, which gives you a picture about the employment situation in the country. Now, 2017, they started to be launched as annual rounds. Before that, we used to have 5-yearly rounds, which were called NSSO surveys. You must have heard about that. Okay, so those were quinquennial rounds. And now, from 2017 onwards, we have seen the PLFS annual rounds. Now, Periodic Labor Force Survey, from the year it started, 2017-18, till date, 23-24 is the latest round, the female work participation rates have increased. Before the Periodic Labor Force Survey came, the NSSO rounds, there the female labor force participation was declining, and there were plethora of debates on the low participation of women in the workforce. And I am not going into that. Some said education is increasing, so they're not coming. Some said there is no long-term employment opportunities, they're not coming. Narega has come, men got employment, so women are not working. So there are a whole lot of debates to it. And but after 2017, it started increasing. But the challenge is that the increase is mostly contributed to an increase in self-employment. There is some data which I would like to reflect on when we contextualize. If you look into the labor force participation, which includes your unemployed people also, there is an increase to around 45%, the female labor force participation, from 2017, which is 25.3%. So it is a good increase which is happening. Now, coming to the WPR, which is actually working population, does not include the unemployed. There also you see an increase, and the increase has been, if you go back slightly, the increase has been for female overall to 39% from 24%. Now, what happened? Why this increase? Is it a good increase, or we cannot say it is a good increase? So if you look into many reports, you would say that there are two sides of this story. One is the increase has been mostly because of self-employment, and there are plethora of government schemes which are boosting self-employment. That is one side of the story. But if you break self-employment further, who are generally, people who are into the informal sector, people who are unorganized workers, and they are into three categories: the own account workers, the unpaid helpers, and the employers. So the category of unpaid helpers and
the own account workers are increasing, not the employers. So for women, the employment scenario has been precarious, you can say. Employment is precarious for them. Even if WPR is increasing, work participation is increasing in the working age, the one has to clearly analyze and understand where it is increasing, whether this increase is a good increase or not, and whether we are thinking in the right direction or not. So that takes us to look into urban employment scenario. Women in the urban economy, where we situate our migrant workers. I mean, we can situate in other parts also, but for today's lecture, I will be focusing more on the urban economy, where we see massive migration happening and women engaged in sectoral employment in the country. And the tragedy which many people fail to realize when the WPR increases, one is we saw there is an increase in self-employment. Let me show you that. So see the rural self-employment. It has gone up to around 73%. And same if you look into regular employment and casual employment, regular employment has not increased over the PLFS years, decreased, and casual employment, if you see, has declined. But that does not, I mean, that has, the debate is that has not contributed to increase in regular employment as well. You say casual employment has declined, which is good. That means people should be going to regular employment, but that is not the scenario. So it is a challenge when we locate women's status and look into their quality of employment. The second aspect to this, to situate the whole idea of migrant women workers, is where are they located. Now this is where we see broad employment status, self-employed, regular or casual. The second part is the sectors where they are engaged in. Now moving on slowly to just see, there when COVID happened, there was higher risk to certain sectors. And if you remember, COVID monitors of the International Labour Organization, they used to highlight that it is a disproportionate impact on women workers across the world. When COVID has a disproportionate impact, later on economic survey slowly highlighted that recovery is taking place, but there is still a long way to go, because micro, small, medium industries had gone down and the recovery has been slower, and government has spent enough money, in boosting the economy, and the Atmanirbhar Bharat package and so many other initiatives of the government during that time. So COVID-19 had a negative impact on sectoral employment, and women were engaged in those. That is why there is a disproportionate impact. So women were engaged in mostly in urban areas, in community, social, personal services. That is how employment looks like in India now also. If you look into urban employment for women, it is mostly services, your mostly community social services, your transportation, hotels, communication, all of that. So these were the sectors which actually got severely impacted due to COVID-19 and slow recovery rates. So that was a challenge, and here the reverse migration is happening. We all saw that. And reverse migration had a lot to do with other reactions or impacts on the lives of women than only loss of economy or loss of livelihood. So it was a whole life-changing experience for women if we look into both men and women, because women migrated with men together, to cities. And when the reverse migration happened, it was a whole change. You can say a whole life-changing experience. Why? Because it had a psychological impact on them as well. If you remember, they were jumping out of the quarantine homes that time. There was no surveillance mechanism. People were just telling them, there were announcements that don't go back, everything will be all right. There were a lot of things happening, and there was no preparedness for that. Lack of preparedness for that. And I think it's not about India. Many countries have faced the same situation. So, yes?
The psychological impact only on women.
It is on men as well, but women went, who were domestic workers, imagine the plights there. And when the domestic workers, they migrated also, there was also xenophobic reactions to their community when they came back. What disease they are carrying, and it is contagious, what impacted, they were ostracized from the villages, and so many things. And because they already had a burden, additional burdens with them of unpaid care work, other atrocities even attached to them. If you remember, during that time, the National Commission for Women, they reported the maximum cases of domestic violence. because women were confined. Those who were not migrating also, even staying within their households, or even those who migrated, they also faced challenges, and there were cases reported because they got time to stay with the perpetrators. When they were outside, they were working as domestic work or any kind of informal workers. They were outside, away from home, away from perpetrators. And perpetrators can be a husband who is completely drunk, can be a neighbor who is sexually exploiting. It can be anyone. I mean, anyone in a community also. So that those challenges added to it the vulnerabilities or the challenges of COVID-19 and the xenophobic reactions from the community. So these were, major impacts. I mean, countries have been deliberating on it, and during that time, how to tackle it, how to, how to solve this challenge. These were there. So what happened in sectoral employment? If you see, mostly, if we forget rural employment, it's agriculture. We know. If we look into urban areas, it was manufacturing, other services, hotel, and trade which got affected, and the other services was severely impacted because many of them were shut down after that. And women migrant workers reported to be losing their jobs actually, and they were into the low end. Why I said, I mean, why this sectoral segregation is important to understand is, if you look into manufacturing first per se, and look into data disaggregations, diving deep into what in manufacturing, where are the sectors they're engaged in, the women workers, you would be not surprised to know that they are either in food processing or textile, which are low end processes. Already lack of social security, challenges in, accessing maternity benefits, social protection challenges, accessing social protection coverage. So it's very important, even within the construction sector, they are not masons. It's like a deeply entrenched unequal structure in the employment scenario where they are already located. I mean, and these are migrant women workers who are into urban centers, have come with their families, and marriage had been one of the reasons. I mean, that is what the data shows. So another challenge, employment contracts. They did not have access to employment contracts. Now, if you have an access to employment contracts, you are in an industry, for example, manufacturing. You saw sectoral participation. You are into manufacturing, you are into a regular job, and you have an employment contract for 3 years or more than 3 years, then automatically you will have access. You have a standard employer-employee relationship established. That's how labor laws operate. So for any labor laws to operate, you'll have standard employer-employee relationship. So that is there with you. So you are well protected by social security laws and labor laws, social security provisions and labor laws. The moment you are a contractual worker, you are in a low-end manufacturing unit without a contract, then you are all the more vulnerable. Mostly women in these sectors, there is no dearth of studies on women in manufacturing. So many scholars, even in JNU and elsewhere, have written immensely on the plights of women workers in manufacturing sectors, urban manufacturing. So there is a challenge to it. The low-end processes denies them, and without contracts, denies them access to regular social protection. So you imagine what would be the level of vulnerability or precarity would be there in their situations. So employment contracts were limited. I'll come to that. I mean, I have something to show you. Many women who were domestic workers, cleaners, and care workers, I mean, they had increased workload during COVID-19, and that was added burden of their household responsibilities, which was there. Apart from that, I already mentioned human rights violations which they suffered. I mean, even the psychosocial trauma, the xenophobic reaction, sexual abuse, many things followed. Now coming to, I just wanted to show you exactly what is happening. So this is a disaggregated data on job contracts which the PLFS provides us. So if you look into job contracts here, you will see that over the years, look into women, which is the yellow bar, the no written job contract is very high, around 77%. You as students, I mean, you can go into sectoral segregation, go into manufacturing and disaggregate with job contract, you will get more insights. For this lecture, I just kept it broad, looking into broadly job contract in regular workers category. I mean, it would include regulars, to some extent casual workers, but not the self-employed ones. So job contract, written job contract, no written job contract is very high. The maximum number of years, I mean, which is 3 years and above, you can see the percentage, 16% around. More than and less than, this is how PLFS categorizes, the coding is done accordingly. And 1 year or less, these are the 4 codes which PLFS does to understand job contract. So you can understand the plights of these workers if you don't have a regular employment. That's why the government of India, under the new labor codes, I will come to that in the next part of my lecture, they introduced the fixed term employment, FTEs, that would actually regularize your contracts, and that would give you the same perks, incentives at par with the regular workers. There are critiques to it. I mean, it's open to be critiqued, but it's a good initiative. At least it reduces, it's a step towards formalization process from informality. You had no contract, 77% is having no contract, and at least now you have a fixed term contract, and you can access maternity benefit, you can access other rights, social security benefits, and you can be recorded as a regular worker, getting all benefits at par with regular workers. So that is what is happening, and which is a good thing. 2021, the PLFS did this interesting report, the migration report. I mean, first time I think we did not have migration statistics since long in the country. And this is just to give you an idea what they found. I mean, this data can be further, studied, and deeply we can also explore what has happened, but this is broadly. If you look into migration rate, around 28.9% in India overall. This is what this report of the PLFS says. Reasons for women, I have kept women. For men, you all know the reasons are very obvious. It's for work or employment or business. So it's I'm focusing more on women today. So it's mostly for women. You can see it's marriage, 86%, migration of parent or earning, that means husband migrated, anyone migrated, the person had to migrate with the husband or the family. Yeah. It is a huge all India sample. I have to check exactly. It's a PLFS data. The periodic labor force survey is a household. It is household data. It's more than lakhs. It's a household data. Okay. So migration of parent, earning member of family, housing problem is very less, and employment. You can see employment, work, business is very less. So that's what PLFS tells us about the migration story of women. But yes, we have still people who have migrated with the earning member, and even if it is marriage, it has to be linked with employment as well. I mean, even if they have migrated, they must have worked in their host places, and they must be migrating because of marriage and searching for opportunities in urban areas at other places for working. Now, this was a situation, an employment situation I tried to give you on women's work in urban employment scenario, sectoral employment. What is the situation? How do we look at the problem? What are we looking at? So I was asked by Dr. Rima to highlight more on feminist perspectives, because you all are students and this is something I do on a regular basis, so it's very close to my heart. So looking into feminist perspectives on migration, we cannot say that there is one perspective or two perspectives. It's multiplicity of, scholars who have written immensely and perspectives coming up. So I try to put in some together. So, and definitely I'll bring in my own perspectives when we will be going deeper into the subject. So gender as a social construction, that's how sociologists perceive. You all are sociologists. I am also a sociologist. So we all look at everything embedded within the societal context, or everything which has got some story to it and deeply embedded within the socio-cultural structures. So scholars who have looked into migration from this perspective, they say social construction and impact on migration. So gender is a core organizing principle that underlies migration and related processes such as adaptation to the new place, continued we all have studied culture, You all have studied culture, no? Which texts you have read? Yes, Tyler. Primitive culture. And what else?
Ancient society.
Okay.
Western culture, Western
Assimilation, acculturation, all these concepts you are clear. So we all know that these are an aspect of culture. If you look at, there are various aspects of culture. Now when we look into this social embeddedness, or talking about social construction of how processes are created, many a time from larger policy frameworks, broad policy frameworks, it is ignored. It's not, we should blame policymakers for it. It's because the process is misunderstood, not interpreted properly. The way of looking at reality is very different. That's why these days we say let's promote interdisciplinary researches. Why do we do that? Because we need a perspective of an economist, we need the perspective of an geographer, sociologist, and every other discipline, whoever can contribute to labor studies. And that makes the subject more rich and enriched. So it's very interesting to see these multidisciplinary perspectives to understand a problem. So sociologists' way of looking at it, I mean, they say that the behavior, expectations, etc. will vary with different societies. So if you look into gender and migration, why women migrated and what happened when they migrated, this perspective will orient you to look into the behavioral patterns there, and whether women who migrated from certain places, having certain cultural histories from those places, they move into other places which again has another cultural history, how well they assimilate there, what are the challenges they are facing, and if they are coming from deprived sections in that particular country from where they are migrating, has it elevated them to the next level in the other country? Have they found a newfound identity there? And whether the power and hegemonic relations, there is some dilution there. So these are the questions which will be questions which will be there in the mind of scholars who would be looking into this perspective on migration. And when people interact with each other by adhering to this content or departing from it, they either reaffirm or change what is meant by gender. And it's very flexible. And gender scholars who have talked about gender research, they have talked about various aspects, because now it's beyond men and women binaries, it's gone to transgender, other forms of gender. So one has to respect that perspective as well, to see how it has transcended. And if you transcend one boundary, move to another boundary, whether your obligations which were there in your own country, whether, and that was not a good obligation, it was something where you were subjugated, suppressed, coming from a marginalized section, and you moved somewhere where your status has been elevated, you're treated as equal. So whether this has happened, or it is another, as Dr. Ramya was telling you, it is another form of indentured labor or slavery or whatever you call it, in a very sophisticated form, because a person belongs to a certain class category or caste category and migrated to another place, and there the person is treated as another second or third class citizen, whether it is that or there is some enhancement in the status or identity. That these are deeper questions which we really need to look at when we understand gender perspectives on migration. Then coming to slightly, I've just tried to put everything together to make it simple, because theories, you have to go to the original readings to read them and grasp everything together. But just to give you on some of the aspects, scholars who have worked on marginalization, power, shifting of power dynamics, they talk about the geographies change, I mean places change, there is a spatial element to it, to migration, and that changes many things related to your life. Since a place change happens in the lives of people, there are many things which are changed. So many a times there is lack of policy implementation on long-term integration, because if you change a place and you had a different history altogether, the destination place, whether there is any policy which reintegrates or it's a short-term integration, it's not even integration, a short-term place where one goes, stays, again marginalized there, humiliated or whatever, deprived of basic conditions, low wages, I mean cheap labor, whatever, and then you come back after some time. Is it like that? Or the government should be thinking about policies on long-term reintegration. So many countries have done it. I mean, they have good policies on migration management, which you say responsible migration, and many countries have yet to look at it also. So to many things, aspects which they have not looked at. Renegotiating gender power structures back home, another aspect of looking at this. When you go to another place, come back to your village. For example, you go to another country, come back to India, whether you are able to renegotiate the power structure or not. The same question of identity. Just imagine a young person or a domestic worker migrating to GCC countries, having, history of marginalization in India, all kinds of marginalization, and then coming back to a village in India where she belongs to a particular caste category, whether she is able to negotiate better or she is still having the same problem. So these are the questions one need to see, understand, interpret, and that helps us to actually analyze whether policies have worked well or not, the reintegration has happened or not, whether she has been able to instrumental to change lives of people in the same village after she comes back or not. These are, I mean, if you ask me, I would look at it from this perspective. And this is what scholars should look at. Now, many feminist scholars, they have some perspectives, and for me, who's working on gender issues since last 20 years now, for me, one question always, intrigues me in my mind every time I look at women's issues is that, do they really have active agency to do it, or it's something out of compulsion which is happening? Have we asked them they want to do it, or it's because 10 people are telling them they have to do it, so they do it? And it looks very good because 10 people are telling them. And it looks very convenient in that community, and you have to maintain image in your community. It's just like a typical dramaturgical approach of Goffman, if you have read. You are front stage something, backstage something. So you are all actors in a theatrical performance, and your behavior is typified. Yes. And this typification is very, very, very critical, because that takes, and that gives us, because we are all, we have all studied sociology, so we very well relate with what feminists would think. A feminist who would be reading these perspectives would have an alignment to it. So it's very important, and many policies, many questions ignore these concerns. They say that we have done this for these many women. It's a good initiative. All women will be equally benefited by it. For example, it's a skilling program. The government is spending a lot on it, and they have been doing remarkably well. But it's very important to also look into the access to these programs. Whether people, for example, an ITI college, whether girls are really interested in embroidery tailoring, or they would like to do driving and plumbing. Have we asked them? Have we tried to orient our curriculum accordingly? Breaking those stereotypes? No. Because 10 people in one village in India would say, हमारे गांव से सारी लड़कियां तो ब्यूटी पार्लर ट्रेनिंग के लिए ITI में एनरोल हुई हैं. So आप कैसे बोल रहे हो कि बेटी को ड्राइविंग के लिए करोगे? वो तो अच्छी बात नहीं है. One boy from one remote area in India, any part of India, would like to say, मैं तो बेकिंग सीखना चाहता हूँ, मुझे केक बनाना है. Then another 10 people in the household would say, ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is not a boy's job. So how far have we asked our girls and boys both what they want? And that transcends to labor market opportunities, education, skilling, many things. We give skilling programs, but do we really know what kind of skills they want? So there are different ways of looking at realities, and that's very important. So what feminists have done, I mean, some scholars I've already cited who have looked at certain perspectives which are slightly different, and they are equally respected. I mean, these perspectives are equally important to look at. That methodologically, we are more equipped than ever to probe the temporal and geographical complexities of individual, household, and group itineraries. There are no longer is any excuse for the gender blindness of European mainstream research. That is what Kaufman says. So we have to, I'm going beyond time. 20 minutes, okay. So I need to be faster. So geographically, temporally, there are complexities, and people have many a times confined to looking into these aspects. Another aspect which is very important, which is by known, is childbearing or child rearing is a gendered phenomena. Men and women will have different responsibilities and role, and this takes us to the debate of domestic workers being women.
Ma'am, I can see gender blindness. Can you talk on this?
Many a times, they don't, that this is a typical question of the Eurocentric approach, that we don't look into shifts. When geography shift, we don't look into what impact it would have on men and women differently. So that eye is lacking. We assume that it would have a same impact. It's like that. So feminist perspective would allow researchers to choose appropriate variables and ask the right questions when investigating gender and migration, than assuming that this child rearing or whatever caring responsibility will be attributed to women, and that's why they migrate. So hence large scale domestic workers migration to other countries, or even domestic workers internal migration within the country, because it's a highly feminized work. Then in 2000s and currently, migration scholarship now accepts that mobilities are gendered, by which, they require more sophisticated analytical and theoretical tools than studies of sex roles and of sex as a dichotomous variable. I already told you, this is Donato. I already told you that we need to go beyond the binaries of men and women. It can have different implications on other gender as well. Okay, so that scholarship one has to explore. This is something which draws from domestic workers' work on informal work, international experiences, which I was sharing with you. What we look at when we look at informal workers, women migrant workers, and what happened in many countries. Trade union movements, massive. They have in Italy, in South Africa, many countries, they have oriented the government to have policies for migrant workers who are domestic workers in terms of providing them social security coverage. Many countries have done that. Social security access is for them, no matter from wherever country they migrated. So the feminist perspectives have contributed immensely. Thanks to these women's movements across these countries, you will find them. So this dates back to even your, Marxian ideas, Marx and Engels' volume, if you have read State, Family and Private Property, where they talk about, real emancipation of women is not possible if domestic work is no longer counted as an unimportant extra. That is a quote. So, though Marx directly may not have talked about it, but then later on, feminist scholars like Maria Mies, Michelle Barré, they started talking about this entire concept of housewifeization, where it was underwater part of GDP. That's what, Barré talks about in her work in Women's Oppression Today. And they are treated as cheap labor, reserve army of labor, kept aside, and whenever required, they are asked to come for cheaper wages. That's how the exploitation starts. And the concept of housewifeization of Maria Mies. In capitalistic patriarchal order, they are not directly engaged in economic mode of production, they are engaged in domestic mode of production. That's how your whole idea of women being treated as an informal labor force comes in. And it takes us to understand, the challenges with informality. Feminist legal scholars have started talking about, integrating concerns of, caring and other aspects into the labor laws. Judy Fudge, Nicole Busby, these are the scholars. And then the Wages for Housework campaign. This was the second wave feminism. You all know about it. You should read Maria Dalla Costa. So many people who have worked on, Selma James, who have worked on in Italy as well, leading to domestic workers' rights and giving them social protection rights in national legislations. So very interesting work. And also rise of paid domestic work, which is many cases across the world migrant workers only. And migration has a strong intersection with the domestic workers. So that has led to issues of skilling them, issues of social security, issues of the reintegration, and many other aspects. Now, gender and migration, what are the concerns then? They are cross-cutting. One has to look at it. There are gendered outcomes of mobilities, which feminists have tried to look at. Then migrants are positioned differently within the labor markets. I already mentioned that. Sectoral segregation one has to look at, and they will have different challenges there. That is very important. Policies that affect the migration, the integration or reintegration of migrants into societies may also affect men and women differently. So policies had to be looked at in a very different perspective. What are we having? Now, why they are important in migration studies? These are few. There might be many. I mean, I just tried to put in few. When you do your own research, maybe you will bring in new dimensions as well to gender and migration studies. One is they face major risks because of exploitation. We know there's no dearth of work on this. Sexual harassment, trafficking because of migration status. Then they face double discrimination as women, one, and as migrant women too, in the destination countries or destination places, even if it is internal migration happening. It is like that. And they face health problems both at transit and destination. Sir was telling you in the morning that when they came, migrated, they died so many due to of health reasons. They have many challenges when they migrate. So that is also integral to studies of migration. And gender and health, again, if you intersect, will be different for men and women. You agree or not? Yes. We can't say women's health will be same as men's health and migration will have same outcomes. It cannot be. So that has to be looked at differently. Violence and harassment at workplace, good policies and legislations to protect them. I leave you with this question. Do we have violence and harassment protected for informal workers? We have a national law. But the implementation becomes a big challenge. We need to have more robust monitoring mechanisms for that. Intersectionality. Caste, class, rural, urban, so many things. Ethnicities, so many things. That is very important. So movement of women migrants, how does labor markets, these are some questions which are there in the mind. How labor market segregation influences employment opportunities and both for migrant men and women differently. This was the first question I started with, looking into occupational segregation, sectoral jobs, sectoral employment, all of that. Are men and women subject to different types of vulnerability, especially in relation to the type of migration and employment they are engaged in? And informality, the question of domestic workers and other kinds of workers. That needs to be looked at. The challenges which migrant workers have, mostly employment conditions, exclusion from labor protection, informality, workplace violence, enforcement and labor. This becomes a big problem. Labor laws, do they actually have standard relationships to monitor and do inspection? For migrant workers, the question, it's a big question. We have to explore more on that. Skill development and recognition and unions. Now, the ILO has a domestic workers convention. The International Labour Organization has a domestic workers convention which informs countries to integrate freedom of association, collective bargaining, protecting rights of domestic workers everywhere in all countries. Okay, this is a standard international labor standard on domestic workers, and India has not been a signatory to it, but we have some policies for domestic workers in the country. Now, this is international labor standard on domestic worker which abolishes child labor. I mean, you can't hire domestic worker who are children. That you cannot do. But this convention has many provisions for migrant workers, and that I thought I'll bring in. One is they start with the same thing which I was telling you, a job contract. You need to have a status as an employee. Then only there will be access to social security and other rights. If you are not considered an employee and you are into an informal arrangement, then you cannot be availing the benefits which the government gives. So there should be a written job contract for migrant worker, contract of employment, which would be enforceable in the country where the work is performed. Then terms and conditions in Article 7 of this particular convention prior to crossing national borders or taking up domestic work. That should be clearly outlined. Then effective application of the provisions of convention to migrant domestic workers. Whatever is applicable in the convention. Housing, you have to give accommodation, housing. There are opportunities for skilling there. There are opportunities of social security in the convention. Everything has to be provided to them. And specify law, regulations and other measures which the migrant workers are entitled to. You have to specify as a country, as an employer, that these are the things which you are entitled to. That is there. Then the convention is followed by a recommendation. Every convention of the ILO, which is an international legal instrument, is followed by a recommendation. Recommendation 201. They say members may consider bilateral, regional or multilateral agreements to provide for migrant domestic workers covered by, many countries have done it. Bilateral agreements for these workers, because that will entitle them to social security and protect their conditions of work. And it will be portability of social security also if there are bilateral agreements. Even if they go back to their country, they will be getting it. It's like that. Now, under the recommendation, very interesting and important aspect is that India has done something similar. I'll come to that in the next lecture. National hotline with interpretation services for domestic workers. A country can do a national or start a national hotline. That's what they're saying. System of pre-placement visits to households in which migrant domestic workers are to be employed. Some countries have pre-departure training programs so that they're oriented to the legislation, to the policies, whatever they're going to face there, what employment conditions will be there, what social security they're entitled to. Everything should be clearly provided with them. Network of emergency housing, that should be there. Raising employers' awareness of the obligations by providing the information. I mean, employers should also be oriented to how they can help the domestic workers. And access to complaint mechanisms. This many countries have done, where they can lodge a complaint if there is a problem with the workers. Then public outreach service for the domestic workers in their own languages. That is very important, so that they understand what are the terms and conditions of employment. So that is there. Now, this convention, 38 countries have ratified, and mostly European countries, you can see, but there is an African country as well. They are the first ones to ratify, actually. I mean, sign. India has not been a signatory, and they all have integrated the migrant workers, domestic workers, social security perspectives into the national laws. Post-ratification process. Now, social security provisions in Italy, for example, the legislation provides insurance to domestic workers against accidents, unemployment, and migrant workers can benefit pension and social security. That's what they did in the Italian legislation. And they also have, judicial authorities, police, social security officers, and provincial labor officers who are looking into monitoring mechanisms. So, a well-established structure. So, women know where to go. That is there. So, there's a system of registration definitely happening. Standard employment contracts are there. Social security access is there. So, this is very important. India, there is a good practice. We know we have the POSH Act already there. But the Act has a definition of sexual harassment which also extends to domestic workers. I mean, all kinds of informal workers. The implementation at the local areas need to be done at a more, in a stricter, with penal provisions and all. So that becomes a big challenge, and there are a lot of studies talking about it. So that is there. And this is the last part. What would be the gender specific interventions then when we are looking into migration studies? The behavior, their lived realities. I mean, in a nutshell, if you put everything together, their motivations and constraints. This I would like to highlight because I'm more prone to thinking around these lines. I mean, it would be good to think also. I mean, I leave it open to you if you would like to think on that, whether they are motivated or not, or they are going out of compulsion because there are many compulsions driving them. And maybe those compulsions are also pushing them out of their agency. So it has to be linked with agency. That is very important. And understanding dynamics, particularly in the context of gender segregated labor markets. That has to be looked at. And the inclusion and integration process. Now, looking forward, if we look at the whole gender and migration discourse from a policy perspective, what are we looking at? Policies which address intersectionalities, the complex power structures that have an impact on mobility. That needs to be looked at seriously. intersectional feminist migration policy, if I say, then they will engage in identifying why people migrate. The why question. And if they migrate, what are the challenges? And if the challenges are not tackled properly, what impact it will have on their overall well-being in a long-term process. And when they come back, whether they come back with well-being protected or it's another drudgery and tragedy which they experience and they come back to the same tragedy where they're born and brought up with. So these are some of the questions, I mean, to need to be addressed through migration policies. I mean, that's how migration policy should act actually. And migration and well-being, which is very important, whether migration is forced, compulsion, or out of choice. That is important. And status, identity of women as migrant workers, whether it is uplifted in true sense or not. When we say uplifted, it's not about, you know, their economic position is improved. It's also social mobility, upward mobility happening, so that the next generation starts afresh from the top position. It's not about the same, you know, garment manufacturing units में जैसे होता है, खुद थ्रेड कटिंग करती हैं, फिर अपनी बेटियों को लाके थ्रेड कटिंग कराती हैं. It's not like that. We don't want that. We want that a thread cutter's daughter should start from a supervisory level or higher than that. It's like that. And then gender responsive social protection policies. A migrant worker, whoever is migrating internally or outside, needs to have unpaid care work addressed as well. Where to keep the child when she is working? How the child is going to be educated? If it is a girl child, whether she is well protected or not. So those are gender responsive social protection policies. Her time spent in unpaid work is reduced or not. Redistribution policies. Whether she has access to clean drinking water or not. Urban areas, they stand in queues for a long time. And then their time spent in domestic work is increased. And then they contribute to low paying employment then. There's nothing left for them and they are pushed to low paying employment because most of the time is spent in unpaid care work. So that has to be redistributed. So care policies. So everything is a whole cycle. For women, it is all the more difficult because these are the invisible aspects in women's lives that cannot be overlooked. Okay, so that is in a nutshell. I can take some questions from you. I think I'm done on time.
Yes,
so we can, yes.
Ma'am, you talked about the women lost job during COVID-19. At the onset of COVID-19, a lot of women working in unorganized sector lost their job. My question is that what happened to that women? Are they resettled after the COVID-19 era? Or any studies has been done that is they shifted from the other jobs? Or what happened to them? Is any questions are added to the PLFS survey?
No.
Or any other studies has been done on that?
No. If you say a second part, I'll answer first. No questions added to the PLFS survey to do it or to understand their challenges. But yes, government, the Ministry of Labour conducted with Niti Aayog a migrant worker survey 2020. The survey is finalized. You can have the PIB news. Some of the report is yet to be out. That will highlight exactly what happened to these women. But we don't have the results yet. So that survey has been an initiative of the government, and that will highlight actually what happened, where they went. But generally, if we see, some of the industries which were closed down completely because they were small, micro, and they were not the recovery was not there at all, women lost their jobs. Reverse migration happened. Some came back, many did not come back. So one has to go for an empirical study actually in certain pockets to see what has happened. But then the migration survey which the ministry has done, that will give us deeper insights actually to the problem. And I don't know why the results are not yet out. I mean, we are waiting eagerly for the results of that survey because that has got these questions.
Ma'am, my second question is different from this one. There is debate from 70 hours in a week. What is your 70 hours work in a week per labor?
8 hours.
70 hours in
8 hours in a day.
Yeah.
8 hours per day is the
current rule.
Yeah.
But there is a debate.
How much it is coming to?
70 hours in a week. We are talking about. But I'm asking about what you are working in the labor area. What is your perspective about this? That someone is talking about 70 hours in a week. Is it a molestation or it is need for the for higher wages or development. What do you think about this?
No, you have to restrict your working hours, and if you're doing overtime, you need to pay doubly. That is the rule. I mean, I would also agree by that. You may not exploit because your well-being is also important. Your productivity also depends upon your well-being. You make a person slog and you say it's high wages and the health is deteriorated. What is the use? You look at it from a larger human development perspective. Can you really make anyone work without giving any rest? And would you find that person productive for a long period of time?
When given more rest, then the work
And also well-being. That's why many companies, they are focusing more on well-being, on their mental health, their sports activities at the workplaces, giving them longer breaks. It's very important. Even if you give them higher wages, you're saying you give them higher wages, maybe they will be, it will be a lucrative offer for them. But then in the long run, their mental and their physical health will deteriorate. Then they will be spending money on hospitalization charges. Exactly. So that is not a good idea. The present labor codes focus on 8 hours and per week, and you should have your rest periods within that. And also, any UP government did a 12-hour, they had to withdraw it. You know that the notification was there and it was withdrawn. So, and if you are doing overtime, it is twice daily average wage rate.
लेबर सब्जेक्ट तो कॉम्पोनेंट है ना, कॉम्प्लीटली
स्टेट्स चेंज कर सकते हैं.
तो यूनियन में आता है, मोस्टली तो है।
लेबर तो कॉन्करेंट सब्जेक्ट है, स्टेट्स अपना अपना कानून बनाते हैं, बट माइग्रेशन
इक्वलिटी नहीं है ना, लेबर की एक्ट पास की जो शेयर ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट
हाँ हाँ
और
इक्वेलिटी नहीं है, मतलब आप कह रहे हैं स्टेट्स अलग अलग तरीके से बिहेव करते हैं, यही कह रहे हैं.
जो अभी तक कनेक्ट का चेंज हुआ है, तो उसमें जो प्राइवेट लिमिटेड एमएनसी है, वो तो सब लीगल कंप्लायंसेस फॉलो नहीं करते।
तो उसमें तो इंस्पेक्शन भी तो होता है. ऐसा नहीं कह सकते हम लोग कि पूरा वायलेशन है, बट आई विल कम टू द लेबर कोड्स. लेबर कोड्स हैज गॉट मेनी पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट्स. जब कोडिफिकेशन हुआ नेक्स्ट क्लास में, बिकॉज डॉक्टर रम्या हैज अ क्लास नाउ, तो आई विल टेल यू व्हाट आर द पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट्स. एंड यू रेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन कि लेबर इज इन द कॉन्करेंट सब्जेक्ट. स्टेट्स may have different ideas and states are allowed to make state rules and work, but central path से divert भी नहीं होते हैं. अगर होते हैं then interstate coordination होता है फिर ministry level पे. I'll talk about all of that जब हम labor codes पढ़ेंगे इसके बाद.
जियोग्राफी डिपार्टमेंट का रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ. मेरा जो काम है लैंड एक्विजिशन का.
अच्छा.
मैम अभी आपने बोला था कि जो लोग माइग्रेट करके जाते हैं, अगर उनको उनके हिसाब से अगर मजदूरी नहीं मिलती है या किस प्रकार की प्रॉब्लम होती है, वो रिवर्स मतलब कि अपने गाँव में वापस आते हैं. लेकिन मैम मैं 600 हाउस होल्ड सर्वे किया जो डायरेक्ट अफेक्टेड थे और इनडायरेक्ट अफेक्टेड थे, उनसे भी मैंने बात किया. उनके
नहीं, मैंने ये तो नहीं कहा कि कम पैसा मिलता है तो वापस आ जाते हैं.
नहीं, मैं चीप लेबर या इस तरह से किसी प्रकार की प्रॉब्लम हो रही है तो वो
वापस नहीं आते. करते तो हैं, एक्सप्लॉयटेशन में ही काम कर रहे हैं. गरीबी है, वापस कहाँ आएंगे? वापस तो कोविड के समय आए थे. बताइए, आपका क्वेश्चन बताइए.
उनका मतलब जो मैम उनका सोशल हो रहा है, वो मैम जो इनडायरेक्टली अफेक्टेड है, जो डायरेक्टली अफेक्टेड है उनको तो कंपनसेट मनी मिल जाएगी, वो किसी तरह से अपनी लाइवलीहुड को स्टेबल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. लेकिन जो इनडायरेक्ट हैं, जैसे मैम की जो जजमानी सिस्टम चलती है सर्विस वासर में और आयरन मैन के थ्रू जो, हाँ, ये मैम उनकी जो सर्विस है वो ब्रेक हो रही है.
जजमानी सिस्टम अभी तो बहुत डिसइंटीग्रेट हो चुका है.
वो हो चुका है, लेकिन जो ओल्ड एज वाले लोग हैं या जो उनका एक अपना बॉन्ड है उसके थ्रू वो चल रहा है. ये यूपी में 3-4 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 4 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सर्विस है. अब उनको क्या मैम की जो इनडायरेक्ट अफेक्टेड है उनको भी माइग्रेट करना पड़ता है. और मैम अब एक जो पॉलिसी मेकर इंस्टीट्यूशन है, जो पॉलिसी मेकर जो इंस्टीट्यूशन
पॉलिसी गवर्नमेंट मतलब
उससे बिलोंग करती है.
हाँ,
तो इसको लेकर मैं कुछ मतलब कि उनको ध्यान रखते हुए कुछ लाभ बन रहा है.
माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स के लिए है ना, मैं अभी आऊंगी उस पे. कानून जो भारत सरकार ने बनाया है अभी लेबर कोड्स के अंदर, ऑक्यूपेशनल सेफ्टी हेल्थ कोड के अंदर, हमारे पास इंटरस्टेट माइग्रेंट वर्कमैन एक्ट तो था, ये तो आपको पता है, ISMW एक्ट, वो अब इंटीग्रेट हो गया है लेबर कोड के अंदर. वो मैं आपको बताऊंगी. आपका सवाल क्या था कि माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स के लिए कानून है या नहीं?
हाँ मैम, माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स उनके लिए कानून है कि नहीं
है.
जो वापस नहीं आ रहे,
जो वापस नहीं आ रहे हैं वो एक बहुत, वो उसके लिए कोई कानून तो नहीं है, बट यस आई मीन अपॉर्चुनिटीज तो सरकार बहुत कर रही है उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोवाइड कराने के लिए।
और इसको लेकर मैं एक पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रहा था कहीं पे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि अगर इस तरह का आप पेपर प्रेजेंट कर रहे हो यहाँ तक तो ठीक है आप, लेकिन अगर ये बात अपने थीसिस में मेंशन करोगे तो आपकी थीसिस जो है रिजेक्ट हो जाएगी।
क्या क्या मेंशन करेंगे कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज नहीं है?
हाँ, लाइव पोजीशन का निगेटिव इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है जो प्रोजेक्ट लेके जा सकते हैं।
गवर्नमेंट की साइड से मतलब नेगेटिव बात हो जाए इसलिए सर।
वो अब मैम उस समय तो मुझे भी लगा कि हाँ ठीक है ये निगेटिव मेरा थीसिस रिजेक्ट हो जाएगी, लेकिन मैं टाइम काफी एक्सपेंड कर चुका हूँ, तो अब मुझे भी लालच हो गई है कि डॉक्टर मेरे नाम पे आगे लग जाना चाहिए।
यूनिवर्सिटीज आई डोंट थिंक कोई रेस्ट्रिक्शंस है, दे आर ओपन स्पेसेस। इवेल्युएटर तो आपके यूनिवर्सिटी से ही आएंगे ना, रिजेक्शन क्यों होगा? अगर आप रियलिटी दिखा रहे, मेरा यही सिंपल सबमिशन है, अगर आप कोई चीज रिसर्च एविडेंस के साथ फील्ड वर्क करके आप बता रहे हैं सच्चाई, उसमें क्या गलत है? उसमें क्या गलत है? अगर आप अपनी बातों को प्रूव कर पा रहे हैं रिसर्च के थ्रू, अगर आप क्रिटिसाइज करने के लिए ही कर रहे हैं तो फिर वो अलग मकसद ओरिएंटेशन हो गया, फिर कि हम सारे लिटरेचर देखें जो क्रिटिसाइज वाले हैं, तो आपको थोड़ा बैलेंस्ड देखना पड़ेगा। हाँ, आपने इंटरव्यूज लिए, रेस्पोंडेंट से बातें किया, स्ट्रक्चर्ड क्वेश्चनेयर आपके बने हुए हैं या इंटरव्यू शेड्यूल बना हुआ है, आपने बातचीत करके और बहुत चीजें या एफजीडीज किया या डायरेक्ट केस स्टडी किसी का किया, आपने कुछ डिटेल्ड मिला आपको, तो आप वो एविडेंस दे सकते हैं। वो तो अच्छा ही है गवर्नमेंट के लिए, वो फिर अच्छे पॉलिसीज बनाने लगेंगे आपके रिसर्च से, है ना? आपके रिसर्च से कुछ मिलेगा उनको फूड फॉर थॉट आके इम्प्रूवमेंट के लिए। ये तो आपके सुपरवाइजर आपको ज्यादा बेहतर बताएंगे जब वो जब वो थीसिस आपका देखेंगे या इवैल्यूएटर के पास भेजेंगे, बट ऐसा कोई रिजेक्शन आई डोंट थिंक। आप डॉक्टर पटेल से पूछ सकते हैं ज्यादा, वो जेएनयू का थीसिस क्या क्या होता है, जेएनयू में बहुत से थीसिस क्रिटिक होते हैं बट ऐसे मत सोचिए, यू हैव डन सो मच ऑफ वर्क, तो आगे आप बढ़िए उसको लेके, और अपने सुपरवाइजर के गाइडेंस से जाइए। यो पीएचडी सुपरवाइजर जैसे बोलते हैं वैसे करिए, क्योंकि एक स्टेज तो वो है ना, उसके बाद आपका आगे जाएगा थीसिस, वो ओके करेंगे वो सारे तथ्यों को, तो फिर आगे बढ़ा सकते हो आप, है ना? एग्जैक्टली, ही इज राइट। तो बहुत चीजें वो करना पड़ता है, बट अगर आप सच्चाई बताते हो तो कोई गलत नहीं है इसमें। आप बल्कि पॉलिसी के लिए कंट्रीब्यूट करिए, कैसे सुधारा जा सकता है कुछ अगर आप बता देंगे थीसिस में, ये फायदा होगा। हाँ, फिर मैं आपके पास आऊंगी।
But are there some scholars who have addressed the issues about the women from the families left behind? Because
there are studies. I have not looked at it. There are studies. Scholars have looked at it.
Many slang sayings are about them also, but regarding their violence, their health issues.
Yeah, lot of studies are there. Families left behind ka.
I am doing one such study.
And uske liye, yeah, it's very important because these are the people. I mean, there's a lot of literature linked to time poverty with this. If you look into time poverty literature for women, this would be one of the important aspects, because everyone migrated. She is left behind. Now she has to take care of the family and everyone. She is having dearth of time and she is income poor. तो टाइम पॉवर्टी रिसर्च अगर आप देखेंगे थोड़ा, ये डायमेंशन निकल के आता है, स्टडीज बहुत है। हाँ, आप क्या बता रहे थे?
कुछ नहीं, I was studying on to the point that
there is work on this. Yeah, yes.
How we can measure unpaid work?
Unpaid work measurement, there are two methods, input output method, but then I am not an expert on those methods, but unpaid work को measurement methodologies पे भी इंडियन स्कॉलर्स ने काम किया है। बट जो डिबेट हम लोग जो बता रहे हैं कि अनपेड वर्क को रिकग्नाइज करने के लिए देयर आर टू टेक्निकल मेथड्स टू जीडीपी के साथ कैलकुलेट करके हाउ मच यू आर, कितना परसेंटेज आप दे रहे हो और कितना वेज होना चाहिए। दैट्स अ वेरी यू कैन से अ वेरी I would not say orthodox or anything. It's a different feminist perspective altogether of, capturing unpaid work, of calculating unpaid work. But before that, let's capture unpaid work first. क्या हमने एम्प्लॉयमेंट अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट सर्वेज में अनपेड वर्क को सही तरीके से कैप्चर किया है? इंडिया में अब हम उस फेज में हैं, टाइम यूज सर्विस के थ्रू वी आर ट्राइंग टू कैप्चर. पहले हम ये तो बता दें कि अनपेड वर्क कितना करती है, समय बिताती है, उसके ऊपर डेटा है क्या? देन वी गो टू टाइम यूज सर्वे. अब आ गया, अब डेटा है, पहले नहीं था. 19 से नो टाइम यूज सर्वे, इंडिया हैज नेशनल टाइम यूज सर्वे नाउ फ्रॉम 2019. नाउ 24 का भी आ गया है. अब हम कर सकते हैं, बट हम 19 तक नहीं किए थे. 2019 तक बहुत कंट्री उससे पहले कैप्चर कर रहे थे कि कितना अनपेड वर्क करते हैं. फिर वहां पे डिबेट्स आगे बढ़ गए कि अब अनपेड वर्क इतना करते हैं, सपोज दिन में 5 घंटे खाना बनाने का काम करते हैं. अब हम चलो कैलकुलेट करते हैं कि जीडीपी को कितना कंट्रीब्यूट करता है, एंड देन हम उसको कंप्यूटेशन करने लगते हैं कितना उसको हम वैल्यू दे सकते हैं, वेज का वैल्यू. तो वो एक अलग अप्रोच है, बिकॉज इन इंडिया द सोशो कल्चरल अरेंजमेंट्स are so different, unlike European countries, that if we estimate a value to unpaid work and say okay husbands का salary का एक portion दे देते हैं क्योंकि ये खाना बनाती है, then there might be many scholars who would be talking about also, this would lead to family disruption also. But it is also important, I would say. These perspectives are also important to see कितना value है. तो वो भी क्या अच्छा सिचुएशन है? इंडिया में इनफॉर्मेलिटी कितना है आपको पता है? इंडिया में इनफॉर्मल है, एग्जैक्टली. इंडिया में 90% तो आपका असंगठित क्षेत्र है, इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर. एंड विमेन आर मेजॉरिटी हियर. वी कांट से दे डोंट वांट वर्क. नहीं कह सकते, दे वांट वर्क. दे कैन नॉट बिकॉज दे आर कॉन्स्ट्रेंट टू स्टे एट होम. हाउसवाइफ बनने के लिए मजबूरी है. मैं यही तो आप लोगों को कह रही हूँ, थोड़ा सोचो आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. मजबूरी क्यों है या नहीं? नहीं, वो पेड करने की जरूरत भी नहीं है. पहले उनके अनपेड वर्क को रिकॉग्नाइज करो और देखो कि 5 घंटे खाना बना रही है जिसके वजह से पढ़ाई करने के लिए नहीं आ पा रही है, तो आप वो टाइम को रिड्यूस कैसे करोगे? वो पॉलिसीज बनाओ.
यूरोप में मैम कोई भी वॉर होता है या कोई भी कोविड-19 सिचुएशन आ जाती है, कोई भी समस्या आती है, तो सबसे ज्यादा जो भी सफर करती है वो वुमेन करती है. फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर बिल्कुल टूट चुका है और उनके बच्चे हो जाते हैं, जिनको जो मेल्स होते हैं वो छोड़ के चले जाते हैं, तो बच्चों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी
करेक्ट
फीमेल्स पे जाती है. तो अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं कि हाउसवाइफ ना रहे, बाकी बिल्कुल हर सेक्टर में काम करें महिलाएं, तो हमें उसके साथ साथ ये देखना होगा कि हम आइसोलेशन में एक तत्व को कंसीडर करके पॉलिसी नहीं बना सकते. हमें साथ में उसको भी रिकॉग्नाइज करना होगा कि उसके जो भी साइड इफेक्ट्स होंगे, रिपरकशंस होंगे, वो क्या होंगे. मतलब एक साइड से स्टूडेंट का एक प्रॉब्लम है कि वो एक चीज को अच्छे से स्थापित कर देते हैं.
नहीं, यू आर राइट. वन दैट पर्सपेक्टिव इज फाइन, बट हमें कंट्री का डेवलपमेंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट भी तो देखना है ना, कि वो लो इनकम कंट्री है, मिडिल इनकम कंट्री है, किस तरीके का देश है. और एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी तो देखना है. जैसे इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लो डेवलपिंग कॉन्टेक्स्ट में है ना, इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमीज अब हम कहते हैं, और 90% इन्फॉर्मल सेक्टर में. अब हम इस देश में अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते कि सारे हाउसवाइफ रहें. इस देश में हमें उनको बाहर निकालना पड़ेगा बिकॉज इन्फॉर्मेलिटी इतना हाई है. They have to have good income because they are not economically well off. They need to have a good living. तो उसके लिए उनके हाउसहोल्ड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज को मैनेज करने के लिए स्टेट का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होता है. आप पब्लिक प्रोविजनिंग ऑफ केयर सर्विसेज करिए, गुड एक्सेस टू एनर्जी, वाटर, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, ये सब दीजिए, ताकि उनका टाइम स्पेंड जो पानी कलेक्शन में भी 4-5 घंटा बिताती हैं, आप उसको रिड्यूस कैसे करोगे? जब आप उनका पानी घर के स्टेप तक ले आओगे, तब आप उनका 5 घंटा बचाते हो. Then that 5 घंटा she can go for higher education, she can go for employment and have a good life and contribute to the economy. बहुत अच्छा हुआ है वो योजना. उज्ज्वला योजना has a critique also, but उज्ज्वला योजना ने बहुत टाइम स्पेंट इन फायरवुड कलेक्शन रिड्यूस किया है. Exactly. So one has to look into these policy strategies, looking into development context. आप जो सिचुएशन बता रहे हैं वो डेवलप्ड कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, कल मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में पैदा हुई और सुबह उठ के बोल रही हूँ मैं एक सिंगर बनना चाहती हूँ, मैं काम नहीं करूंगी, मेरे हस्बैंड के पास बहुत पैसा है, दैट इज ओके, आई कैन बी अ सिंगर. बट मैं कोई उत्तर प्रदेश के गांव से आ रही हूँ, बहुत गरीब फैमिली से, मुझे पढ़ना है, शिक्षा करना है और आगे बढ़ना है यार. मेरे पूरे लोग घर में सारे सालों से माइग्रेशन मतलब मार्जिनलाइज रहे हैं. आई डोंट वांट माय डॉटर टू बी मार्जिनलाइज्ड. आई वांट हर टू समवेयर हाई पोजीशन में. तो मेरा जिंदगी थोड़े यही करना है. सो वन हैज टू थिंक फ्रॉम दैट पर्सपेक्टिव. The state has a responsibility.
I come across some reading in our topic like patriarchy. So state itself is also supporting the patriarchy.
That we can't say. I mean, that's a very subjective question. You have to make arrangements like good research from institutions like you to inform the state about the challenges. Sometimes policymakers do not understand, they are unable to see. आप सच्चाई दिखाओ. And many times, many policymakers are so bright, they already know the problems. So it's very subjective. We can't. It from everywhere, not from the state. Why? Why the? I mean, it has to be unions' responsibility, the civil society, the women's networks, everyone, researchers, everyone. सब हाथ जोड़ेंगे तो बहुत कुछ change आ सकता है. That is true. The state has laws, policies to implement. Okay, I think I've taken enough time. Thank you so much.
To go to washroom, have a washroom break, smaller. Not everyone, one by one. ठीक है. बस सर का ही वेट हो रहा है और सेकंड सेशन अभी शुरू हो रहा है दोबारा ना. अभी कंटिन्यूटी में है, उसके बाद लंच है. आपने टाइम टेबल भी देखा होगा आज का. तो वी आर वेटिंग फॉर सर टू कम बैक.
Thank you everyone for the questions. I really enjoyed. बहुत आप लोग deeply सोचते हो, very good. Keep it up.
हेलो हेलो हेलो. हाँ नहीं चलाएंगे मधु जी पंखे. चक्कर कटवाए.
स्टार्ट लगा दो, मैं नहीं जानता. हो गया. हाँ सुबह वाली वही वाली है. पर ना अभी 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 जो मैंने इसमें लगाया है वो यूज करो. थोड़ा रिवाइज किया है मैंने. हरियाणा, हाँ हाँ वही वही. हाँ अभी इसको करेंगे. मैं कर लेता हूँ. Okay. The second part. I said there are 3 phases of international migration, right? And we have discussed slavery, indentured labor, and then second title I kept is international migration in recent past and present. Recent past में थोड़ा सा history में भी जाएंगे, and what are the challenges and what could be the policy? How can we deal with it in a better way? Okay, so historical forms we saw migration is not only for the economic purpose. There were invaders, conquerors. Then we discussed about slavery, and this I am referring from the book of Deepak Nair. That is there in your reading, Deepak Nair. And slavery, 15 million people from 14th to 19th century. This is what we discussed during slavery and indentured labor. From Africa to Europe to work in household sector and on plantations. Then we discussed indentured labor, 50 million people during 1835 to 1917 from India, China to America, Caribbean, South Asia, Southeast Asia to work in mines, plantations and constructions. And that is almost 10% of the population of India and China. So such a huge proportion of the population from India and China migrated out to those countries. 10% population is too much. And then movement from Europe, that is 1870 to 1914 to, I began with the white settlers in the temperate region of the world. White settlers in the temperate region. The white people did not settle in India. They did not settle in Congo and those क्या रीजन बताया? हाँ, उसी में नहीं रहे वो लोग. Where did they settle down? They settled down in the temperate region, suitable to their climate. So they primarily chosen to stay in those temperate regions. So England, people from England went to Australia, and the people from England to Australia, you know, who were the people? Mostly convicts, जिनको सजा हो चुका था, जेल में थे या क्रिमिनल्स थे. मतलब फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, अब वो लोग रियली थे या नहीं थे, दैट इज अ डिफरेंट थिंग इन अ डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप. एंड you know, Barbara Harris White is from Australia, the same kind of origin, and she is different from the English. When her behavior, attitude is quite different from the English England. They went to particularly English people who went to Australia, New Zealand, South Africa to their colonies. Similarly, Portuguese went to Brazil. तो ब्राजील में पोर्तुगीज बोला जाता है. Then Spaniards, they went to the rest of the Latin American countries, Mexico, Argentina, Peru, Uruguay, all those countries. And then they were 12% of the Europe, of the population of Europe. 12% of the population of Europe. So one of the regions, now I am quoting our teacher, Professor Prabhat Patnaik, one of the regions of the development of Western Europe, where Europe became a developed region, other than the primitive accumulation that is put forward by Marx, one of the reasons why Europe was developed, because Europe could export its unemployment to those regions. So 10% of the population, 12% of the population went to the other regions. So it solved the problem of unemployment of its own region. This is what Professor Prabhat Patnaik used to say. And he used to say this as export of unemployment. Export of unemployment. Now, in the present situation, we also would like to migrate to America. We also would like to migrate to New Zealand and Germany and Japan. Export of unemployment. This is what a technical term he used, but referring to this thing, the migration of Europeans from Western Europe to temperate regions of the world, right? So that what happened in their country of their origin, there was huge population. When they migrated out, the population declined. When population declined, they may have got more wage, more demand. The supply has reduced, and in the other regions where there was no population, they got some employment. So those who left, they also benefited in Australia. Though those who stayed back, they also benefited. Okay, so this is called export of unemployment. Now, for example, imagine a situation. Kerala has benefited from it. Kerala has benefited by exporting its population to Gulf. Substantial population of Kerala. Kerala economy has a huge contribution of the remittances. Yes or no? So if that situation is allowed to Indian people from South Asia to America, let's say, they'll be quite happy, right? आप सभी को मौका मिले अमेरिका जाने के लिए, अमेरिका बुला रहा है, तो you all will be very happy. सब कोई छोड़ देगा भारत. Then you won't say मेरा देश महान है, नहीं कहेगा ना. Then you say America is जिंदाबाद. Yes or no? हाँ? हाँ? महान ही रहेगा अमेरिका में भी. हाँ? हाँ, नहीं, वो तो नहीं हो पाएगा ना. Then Trump will say different thing. Although Trump himself is a migrant. हाँ, तो माने this is South Asian dream. South Asian dream is what? To migrate to a developed country. For better life. And when that comes, you forget your क्या बोलते हैं? Patriotism, nationalism. Then you forget that. है कि नहीं? बढ़िया नौकरी मिल जाए अमेरिका में सेटल होने के लिए, अरे बाहर में जाए इंडिया यार. क्या ऐसे बोलोगे ना? देखो, ठीक है, समझ गया. हाँ. You all are patriots. Strong sense of patriotism. Fine. Okay. So the people left and they benefited. So both benefited. Australian benefited and New Zealand benefited, and English benefited. So everybody benefited. So that is called export of unemployment. Had this situation had this opportunity been given to us, we won't mind leaving our country. And that is there. That is why there is donkey route. People are desperate to leave. They can sell out their land. They can sell out everything. Few hours before I was talking to Rima madam. She was saying that some of the people from Punjab, even they can afford to ride BMW here, but they won't mind cleaning toilets in Canada. This is what she was saying. We ask her. Why? 4 crore rupees to prestige issue. But Canada जाना is a prestige issue. समझ में आया? So that is the kind of desperation. People are desperate, yes. Otherwise, why should they opt for donkey route? इतना ज्यादा struggle करके कहीं अमेजन के फॉरेस्ट में जाके कहीं पे एनाकोंडा निकल जाता है, कहीं पे अरे they have very tough situation. They die also. माने वो मरते बस पहुंचते हैं वहां पे. हाँ, ठीक है.
But it is not desperate, right? It is a personal choice also, maybe. For employment, for job opportunity.
ठीक है. Okay. It may be a personal choice, but driven by desperation. ठीक है? अभी ठीक है? Okay. So this is how the global composition of population changed. यहाँ का लोग वहां भाग गया, वहां का वहां भाग गया, ब्लैक अमेरिका चला गया, व्हाइट ऑस्ट्रेलिया चला गया. मतलब हाँ, okay. So labor movement came to an end. This kind of situation came to an end. Came to an end. ये खत्म हो गया. कब? Before the beginning of First World War, 1919. So during 1919 to 1939, because of immigration law, then this kind of thing came in. Immigration law was not there. Visa, passport was not there. Visa kind of things were not there. Restrictions on immigrants were not there. Were they there? था क्या? ये पासपोर्ट वीजा ये सब था क्या पहले? हाँ, ठीक है. तो पहले तो नहीं था ना. हमने स्लेवरी भी पढ़ा. There was no requirement of passport, visa and all those things. हमने indentured labor भी पढ़ा. No requirement of all those things. You just sign that. अंगूठा लगा दो. And you can go anywhere. जहां तक वो जहाज जाती है. So yes, that continued till 1919. And that stopped after that. So this is the phase, I am saying, the first phase of globalization. 1856, before the First World War. That is the first phase of globalization. Globalization, I said, integration of markets. Okay, integration of markets, capital market, labor market, technology market, financial market. That is globalization. So there was complete free flow of everything. There was hardly any restriction. Labor movement में भी कोई restriction नहीं था. Capital movement में भी कोई restriction नहीं था. Goods movement में भी कोई restriction नहीं था. था क्या? नहीं था ना. So this is how. That is how I am calling it the first phase of globalization, where there was hardly any restriction, complete free movement of everything. Later on, for labor market interest and ultimately for social and political factors, it happened because of what? It happened because of these reasons. Where there was restriction, where there was visa, where there was passport, where there were immigration laws and all, it is because of the interest of labor market, one, social interest, cultural interest, political interest. So it is not only economic interest, whole lot of interest got involved with that consciousness. Why should I allow French to come into England? Why should I allow Russian to come into America? Are you getting my point? Because the world was divided. Why should I allow the enemy country? Why should we allow Chinese to come into India? Why China should allow Indian to come into China? So all those kind of consciousness developed.
And there could be a little insecurity also, like it is a person from another country, so it would be like there should be something before that.
Yes. So in the second half of the 20th century, so 1939, there was complete restriction on all those things. After that, second half of the 20th century, 1950 onwards, 40 onwards, it is possible to discern two phases of international labor migration. 1940 till 1970 and 1970 onwards to present. Two phases of labor migration, two patterns of labor migration. Let's see what happened during that phase. During the first phase, that is 1940 to 1970, two distinct streams. First, people migrated from Europe to the USA. So from developed country to developed country. People migrated from Europe to USA, Canada. So developed to developed. They migrated from developed to developed. Then in the second, people moved from the developing world from Asia, North Africa, Caribbean to the Western Europe. From that region to Western Europe. That was the first phase. The second phase, 1970s, 1990, migration to Europe almost came to stop. Europe में लोग जाना almost बंद हो गया. Because now this is the time of America. The time of Europe has come to stop. There is hardly any growth of economy, requirement of people, consciousness maybe. So, but for USA, it continued for for the professional qualifications or technical skills. For USA, it continued. जो हम इंडिया में कहते हैं ना, ब्रेन ड्रेन कहते रहते हैं ना, बीच में बहुत कहते थे हम. हमारे आईआईटी वालों को हम इतना खर्च कराते हैं, वो भाग जाते हैं. आईआईएम में इतना खर्च कराते हैं, वो फिर अमेरिका चले जाते हैं. कोई रहता नहीं यहाँ पे कुछ करने के लिए, अमेरिका चले जाते हैं, है कि नहीं? और जैसे सुंदर पिचाई चला गया, वो रघुराम राजन भी वहां चले गए, बहुत लोग चले गए वहां पे, बड़े बड़े लोग. Raghuram Rajan, he was also an IITian, but later on he became economist. So during that phase, that was the time we used to call it brain drain. But then IITians, they say what? They say it is better not to keep the brain in drain. And so better to move. थोड़ा सा derogatory pronoun. So they used to, they might be thinking like this. जो मैंने अभी पूछा आप लोगों को, आप सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी हरियाणा में पढ़ के आप भागना चाहते हो यहाँ से क्या? जाना चाहते हो ना अमेरिका? You want to serve America, then to serve your country. So you must be thinking that way. Why to keep our brain in?
Actually, most of the people brain drain in India because they have the aspiration to go in other countries.
हाँ, वही तो मैंने कहा, अमेरिकन ड्रीम है ना, सभी का है. Okay, so that was the phase. Then there is Gulf migration. Gulf migration we brought in Kerala, South India, and the other kind of migration could be what? The other kind of migration nowadays you can see from northern belt, from Punjab, Haryana, Gujarat, donkey route. This is another kind of migration to developed country. Then there is migration of health workers. Madam is there. She can better tell. Your course coordinator can tell. There is migration of health workers. These are new kind of migration that is emerging. Okay. And one day I was delivering briefing to one German delegates. The German delegates came to see the potential of migrants from India. They wanted to take Indian migrants to Germany. Why?
Fifth phase of demographic transition.
Very good. The population is very small. They require hands. Now then they have to decide कि कहाँ से लोगों को लाना है. And who could be better than the Indian? है कि नहीं? Who could be better than the Indian? So let's go to India. Okay. So, what is the difference between these two phases of migration? What is the difference between the two phases of globalization? जो मैंने कहा 1855-56 till before the First World War, and then the present phase of globalization that started after 1970s. Okay, what is the difference? Let's look at the capital flow and labor flow. In the first phase, there was hardly any restriction on the capital flow, but what is more important is there is also less restriction or no restriction on capital flow at present. So capital flow is still very mobile. Capital flow is still very mobile. No. Capital here I mean financial capital. Paisa. Financial capital. There is hardly any restriction. In In minute you can transfer your stocks from this market to New York market to Bombay Stock Exchange with a click. There is easy movement of FDI, FII, easily that can be done. That was still done during that time, but that phase was not very much known for transfer of capital, financial capital. But that phase was more known for the mobility of labor.
Why don't we talking about human and social capital? Okay, I make it.
So just these are the two major factors of production, capital and labor, right? So we are concentrating on that. Okay. So labor flow, the previous phase of migration, 1855-56 onwards till 1919, there was absolutely no restriction on the movement of labor. 10%, 12% of the population of that country migrated out without any document, without any visa, and without any passport. Can we imagine it now? In the present is it possible? You need to have visa, then passport, strict immigration. Immigrants are desperate to migrate. Yes or no? हर कोई भागना चाहता है. But now they don't allow you to come. Now America will not allow you. Unless you are IITN. Unless you are IIM wala. Unless you are depositing 50 lakhs. Data scientist, AI. Now they will not allow you. But now you are interested to go. So that time it was forced migration. Now there is, people want to migrate, they want voluntary, but no scope. No scope. And you know, just let me tell you one thing here on forced labor migration, on slave catching, slave raiding, slave hunting. I was listening to one professor from America during one of our conference. Now you see, Africa is really very unstable country. Incidents has happened. The head of the family try to save the rest of the people. कि बच्चे को बचाना है, wife को बचाना है, and he will try to show that kind of solidarity with the family. But when the slave hunting were happening, everybody were trying to save themselves. मतलब बाप भी अपने को बचाना चाहता है, माँ भी अपने को बचाना चाहता है, बेटा भी अपने को बचाना चाहता है. And they won't mind at the cost of the father, at the cost of the son, at the cost of the wife, at the cost of the husband. So now they are treating themselves individually. They are no more treating themselves as a family. कि family को बचाना है ये नहीं है. There is no more that kind of consideration. The consideration is to save yourself. Because there is hunting, slave hunting. किसी तरह अपने को बचाओ. Are you getting it? So what happened? The idea, the concept of trust, that broken down from that society, and that happened for years. That happened for centuries. 16th century में start हुआ और कब खत्म हुआ slavery? 1865. 200 years, 300 years, they suffered that kind of torture. 200 साल, 300 साल अगर कोई society, that kind of attack they are facing, obviously the family value, the community value, the trust with one another will obviously be broken down. होगा या नहीं होगा? होगा ना? So the instability of Africa that we see today has its link with slavery according to behavioral economics. She was a behavioral economist. And to the same extent, since I am here in Haryana, you can relate that thing. So we normally don't mind. We normally see some aggressive behavior from the people of Haryana. And that is written also in Khuswant Singh and all. Right? Why do they behave aggressive? Because this region has repeatedly faced those invaders and conquerors. They have been attacking this region again and again. And they were trying to save themselves from them. So obviously they developed that kind of tendency. South India, it has not faced that kind of thing very much. So they can better concentrate on reading, writing, art, painting, nach, jnana, all those things. Because there is peace, stability and everything. So those historical events have also its influence that is reflected from our behavior even today. This is what I was trying to connect. So see, the amount of क्या बताऊं मैं, इतना अपराध, जघन्य अपराध बोलते हैं ना. I am not exactly recalling that exact English word for that civilized society that they call nowadays. The European society call themselves as the most civilized, right? But the civilized society has done huge amount of sin, crime. See, the societies are not stable even today because of their oppression, because of their act. And you know, last year the Nobel Prize was given on this Darren Asmaglu. They have worked that because the developed countries created better institutions, so they are developed. But if you look into this kind of institutions, they have also created this kind of institution, slavery, indentured labor and all that. And they have really destroyed societies. They may become developed in their own country, but see the price that the other people are paying for it. Yeah, so it was really very disturbing. Okay. So why people wish to migrate? The present context. Why people wish to migrate? The majority of the South Asian workers have low-paying jobs with no social protection. Madam was highlighting the situation of informality and all. In the developing countries, there are many hands to be engaged properly. I am using the word properly. Hands are engaged. Hands are not idle. Hands are engaged. People are working. People are employed. But they are not getting good employment, decent employment, quality jobs. They are doing, they are working. You can say. So the quality of employment is very poor. So the majority of the South Asian workers have low paying jobs with no social protection. People from Nepal they wish to join the USSR army. They wish to join Ukraine army. During the time of war, they want to join their army. That means they know, see the risk they are taking. There is a kind of desperation. There's a kind of desperation. And it is that desperation they want to join or choose that kind of. Because of lack of decent jobs, the skilled workforce is migrating out. Lack of decent jobs. Not jobs. Lack of decent jobs. Just in 2 or 3 tables, I will try to show you the situation of jobs here. This is almost the 5 major nations of South Asia. Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. Informal employment. And this I have taken from ILO statistics, ILO stat, over the years. Informal employment except agriculture. If you bring in agriculture, then it will be more than 90%. Except agriculture, the people, those who are engaged, 80% of them are working in India as informal workers. Informal workers means no decent jobs. Nepal 77%, Pakistan 71%, Bangladesh 91%. So obviously they would like to migrate. Employment in industry. The jobs in industry is not increasing. After 1991 there was growth. Thoda sa badha. Jobs in industries, it increased for some time. But then after that, there is stagnancy almost everywhere you see. It increased, then there is stagnancy. नहीं बढ़ रहा है, industry में jobs नहीं बढ़ रहा है. These are all South Asian countries. And this is called premature deindustrialization. In economics, this is called premature deindustrialization. Premature deindustrialization. Okay. So, indeed, the South Asian diaspora, that is why everybody wants to migrate from the South Asia, from the developing countries. And since this, your international migration has mentioned of from South Asia, right? International migration from South Asia. So, I am focusing on South Asia. क्या हो गया? So that is where they want to migrate out because of the desperation, because of the lack of jobs. Now, that is where the South Asian diaspora is one of the largest in the world. Diaspora, South Asia के लोग दुनिया में बहुत ज़्यादा है. With India having the largest diaspora in the world with 17.7 million, close to 2 crore. With Bangladesh 7 million, Pakistan 6 million. And they are in the list of 10 largest diaspora around the world. A majority of these migrants are labor migrants, traveling to different parts of the globe, but mostly क्या काम करने के लिए? Low and semi-skilled jobs. It is estimated that out of the 38 million South Asian worldwide, 38 million South Asia से ही बाहर हैं लोग. When compared to national population, from Afghanistan, 13.58 of Afghans lived abroad. And it is not necessarily, for the case of Afghanistan, is not necessarily because of the job thing, because of the instability, the conflict, the violence that is happening in Afghanistan. Similarly, from Sri Lanka and Nepal, Sri Lanka it is 8.27%, from Nepal it is 5.93%. They are living abroad. And the most popular destination for migrants from South Asia were Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, giving residence to 15 million people from the South Asian region. However, over the last few decades, there has also been an increase of flow of highly skilled migration and students towards developed Western countries such as USA, UK, Australia, Canada. This is a table that shows the origin and destination of migrants by citizenship according to United Nations Population Division. Have a look of this. The origin, India, major, Mexico, China. Mexicans are mostly going to America, North America, USA, China, Russian Federation, Syria, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Philippines, Ukraine, Afghanistan. The destinations are, USA has huge. Germany comes distant second. Saudi Arabia, Russia, UK, New Zealand, France, mostly developed country. So if such a huge population of people going to USA, can't USA be disturbed? Can't Trump be disturbed? Huh? And Trump may say you are exporting your unemployment to our country. Huh? He can say like this. You are exporting your unemployment to my country. So my people are not getting jobs. You are capturing the jobs of my people. This is the promise Trump has made to its population, right? यही कह के जीता है ना कि I will give you jobs. And how can I give you jobs? I will restrict migration. America fast. America fast policy है या नहीं? तो पहले तुमको मौका मिलेगा. हाँ. 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 हाँ हाँ. It is fourth, both. हाँ, they also want to, they are also migrating. रशिया का तो मैं बहुत नहीं बता सकता कहाँ पे, बहुत डिटेल, बहुत स्पेसिफिक मुझे पूछोगे तो उतना जानकारी नहीं है. हाँ, Russia of course is not a developed country now. Russia has lost the status of developed country. Russia has lost the status of developed. Now Russia is upper middle income country, not a developed country, certainly. Okay. So the rapid population growth of the region, at the same time frequent migratory flows has meant that South Asian countries have some of the largest diaspora in the world. And the characteristics, since I can see madam, maybe very less time is there. Huh? और 20 minutes है और okay, so ठीक है. So the characteristics of the migrants, let's have a look of the characteristics of the migrants. Fairly heterogeneous by skill. So predominantly unskilled workers migrating to UAE and Saudi Arabia, unskilled workers going there. Higher number of skilled workers migrating to developed country USA, Australia by skill. By income, predominantly low income migrants migrating to UAE, Saudi Arabia. Unskilled work opportunities and high income migrants migrating to the USA and Australia. Having discussed this, what are the challenges and what are the policy implications? These are the two things left for my discussion. क्या challenge है? Okay. And why should there be migration? Why should there be migration and why should the country invite migrants? Yes or no? We'll discuss the demand and supply side of it. Demand and supply side of it. So there is a demand for migrants and there is supply of migrants. And that is why there is international labor migration. यही तो है ना? Demand होगा, supply होगा, तभी तो migration होगा. So international labor migrants movements create efficiency from the economic point of view. Normally economics क्या कहता है कि wherever there is scarcity of a factor and where there is abundance of it, the factor should move from the abundant region to the scarce region. This is how the factor can better be utilized. This is how the factor can better be utilized and there will be efficiency. More output, more growth and all those things will happen. So economically, absolutely there is no problem if people from the abundant population belt like South Asia, they move to the scarce population region like Canada, Australia. Absolutely there is no problem. because lands are available in America, lands are available in Australia. So if Indian goes there, they can cultivate the land. That remain unutilized. ठीक है? Economically, it is perfectly fine, no issues. There should be labor migration. But where is the problem? There is also and there is also an international acceptance of universal moral obligations. And morally, you can see, America may feel, look, there are many poor people in India, and let me allow them to come and settle in my country because we are earning more, so they can have some more income, they can live better. Right? These are some of the considerations that migration should not be a problem. Economically, morally, migration is good. It is helping people. It is good. But migration is a problem when, also because of economic reasons. What kind of economic reasons? I just mentioned. If migrants are going to America, they can capture the job of the locals. They can capture the job of the locals. And migrants are always more efficient than the locals. Migrants are always more efficient than the locals. जो भी मूव करता है ना, उसके दिमाग में बहुत सारे जुनून रहता है कि पैसा कमाना है या नहीं? हर दिन वो काउंट करता रहता है, जैसे बाहर के बच्चे दिल्ली में पढ़ने के लिए आते हैं, सो एवरी डे दे काउंट कि मेरे पिताजी हर दिन में मेरे पीछे इतना खर्चा करता है, सो हाउ मेनी आवर्स डिड आई स्टडी टुडे, मैंने पढ़ाई किया कि नहीं किया, पढ़ाई किया तो कितना घंटा किया, नहीं तो मेरा पिताजी का पैसा तो बर्बाद हो गया, है या नहीं? जो महेंद्रगढ़ यूनिवर्सिटी के पास का कोई स्टूडेंट होगा, he or she may not think that way. हो सकता है, लेकिन संभावना थोड़ा कम लगती है. But when person from Mahendragarh is going to Delhi, he will think that way. हाँ या ना? The same applies to the migrants, workers. वो लोग कहीं पे किराए में घर लेके रहते हैं, इतना मुश्किल झेलते हैं. So they are more motivated to work hard and earn more and save more. This is the consideration of the migrants. So obviously they earn more than the locals. The locals are there in the comfort region. अरे ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कल शादी उसका जाएंगे, परसों शादी उसमें जाएंगे, कल वो मीटिंग कर लेंगे, है या नहीं? But the migrants do not have all those considerations. उसका बस कैसे मैं जल्दी ज्यादा बनाऊं पैसा, उसका तो कोई दूसरा लोग जान पहचान है भी नहीं, तो टाइम भी नुकसान नहीं होगा, है कि नहीं? टाइम भी नुकसान नहीं होना है, कोई बैठ के पत्ता भी नहीं खेलना है उसको चारपाई में, क्यों? So they are motivated to work hard. So when they are motivated to work hard, there is possibility that they will earn more. And when they earn more, the local feels, अरे, after 10 years, the local feels, अरे, ये तो इतना बड़ा घर बना लिया, ये तो इंडिया से आया है, मैं तो ऐसे के ऐसे रह गया. Then there is nationalism आएगा. Then there is dissatisfaction will arise, dissent, एक sense of protest will come in. I once went to USA, and then few teenage students, while I was traveling in a metro, they tried to intimidate me. 5, 6, 7, they tried to intimidate me कि ये इंडियन है, इसको थोड़ा सा वो करते हैं, थोड़ा सा परेशान करते हैं. And they did that. Then I asked the person, my friend, if they did like that. So he said, no, it is quite normal. They do it. Other than that, you must be getting news कि इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स को आज मार दिया, परसों मार दिया. There are some attacks happening. What could be the reason? Huh? Because they are not happy with the migrants. Because they are not happy with the migrants. They are not able to compete with them. नेशनलिज्म. यस, देखो भाई वो नेचुरल भी बात है. तुम्हारे गांव में मैं आज मैं जाऊंगा और 10 साल के बाद 3 मंजिला मकान बना दूंगा. क्या डेवलप करूंगा तुम्हारे गांव में? क्या मैं कर सकता हूं? दैट पीपल विल नॉट अंडरस्टैंड. जो 2-3 होंगे जिनसे मेरे से फायदा होता है, दे विल बी हैप्पी. बट द एंटायर विलेज विल नॉट थिंक दैट वे कि नहीं नहीं वो आया है तो मुझे मदद कर रहा है. ऐसा नहीं सोचेगा. हाँ, दे विल क्रिएट ए सेंस ऑफ आउटसाइडर. मैं ये रह गया और वो आया और बना दिया. बहुत नेचुरल होता है. हाँ, बहुत नेचुरल होता है. Insecurity, a sense of insecurity is developed. So, other than economic, there is a threat to the society, there is a threat to the culture. There is a threat to the society because of migration, there is a threat to the culture. And every society, every country has its own distinct society, culture, practices. सभी का अपना अपना एक अलग है. And the migrants need to respect that. The migrants need to respect that. अगर हम यहाँ पे हरियाणा में आए हैं तो यहाँ का जो भी कल्चर है, we must respect it. अगर यहाँ पे नॉनवेज नहीं खाते हैं, दूध दही खाते हैं, so let's eat दूध दही. Don't look for non-veg. People feel bad. Can we respect their sentiments? हम कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते? या जबरदस्ती उनके सामने खाएंगे? नहीं करना चाहिए ना. They must be respected. तो रेस्पेक्ट करोगे तो मर तो नहीं जाओगे ना. वेज पे तो अच्छा खाना है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. They are rather more healthy than those who eat non-veg. They are winning many medals. बॉक्सिंग में, कुश्ती में. क्यों जी? So we must respect. So एक कहावत है ना, when you are in Rome, do as the Romans do. कहते हैं ना ऐसे? When you are in Rome, do as the Romans do. हाँ. तो when you are in Rome, do as the Romans do. अगर रोम गए हो तो रोम के लोग जैसे करते हैं वैसे करो. वहां पे ज्यादा अपना इंडियन वाला चीज मत दिखाओ. डोंट ट्राई टू एसर्ट कि यू आर इंडियन, यू आर दिस दैट टाइप का. थोड़ा सा उनके साथ एडजस्ट करो. एंड दिस इज व्हाट इंडियंस डू. दिस इज व्हाट इंडियंस डू. दे डोंट वांट टू डिस्टर्ब देयर सोसाइटी कल्चर. वो अपने काम में फोकस रहते हैं, अपना काम धाम करते हैं. दे डोंट वांट टू डिस्टर्ब देम. दे वांट टू रेस्पेक्ट देम. दैट इज व्हाई इंडियंस आर प्रेफर्ड. दैट इज व्हाई इंडियंस आर प्रेफर्ड. वो जर्मन वाला क्यों इंडिया में आया था? Because it felt कि the people are peaceful, they are family oriented, they respect each other, they don't create problems. That is why they are interested in India. जैसे मैं उड़ीसा का हूं. उड़ीसा में एक बात बोलते हैं, जेऊ देशो जाई सही फल खाई. तो जहां पे जाओगे, जहां पे जो फल मिलता है वो फल खाओ. Adjust with them. Every state, every society, every country has its culture. Don't try to change that one. Respect that.
Some sentences will be used. Some phrase in Hindi.
हाँ, उड़ीसा वाला इज जेऊ देशो जाई सही फल खाई. जिस देश में जो फल मिलता है वही फल खाओ. अगर कश्मीर जा रहे हैं तो वहां पे एप्पल खाओ. Don't look for संतरा there. If you are going to Nagpur, Maharashtra, look for संतरा. Don't look for apple there. और अंगूर खाओ वहां पे. Going to Hyderabad, eat biryani. Don't look for दूध and dahi there. हाँ, थोड़ा ऐसा देश ठीक है, वो उसने भी बताया, बिल्कुल थोड़ा करना चाहिए, मुझे लगता है ऐसा करना चाहिए, लोगों को जबरदस्ती वो नहीं करना चाहिए. एंड वी डू दैट, इंडियंस डू दैट. वो अपना थोपते नहीं है उस पर, ठीक है. तो उसमें टेंशन कम होता है, कल्चरल टेंशन कम होता है. We can live peacefully live, yes. And then they are economically insecure, socially insecure, culturally insecure. But if people are not adjusting to that, then there is possibility of conflict, violence, and that is not good for any of the parties, neither the migrants nor the local. But it is happening nowadays. Sometimes you see violence in Europe, you see violence in America. That is not good. So these are the challenges. It is required, but then there are challenges as well. And it needs to be resolved. The challenges needs to be resolved. Why? Because international migration is a reality. We can't imagine that इंडिया के आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स बिना आए अमेरिका में कोई सॉफ्टवेयर कंपनी चल सकता है. Are you getting it? इंडिया के ऑन स्किल्ड लेबर without, if they are not migrating to Gulf, not a single building can be constructed. Yes or no? Yes. It's a reality. We have to accept it. So there is a demand for it. There is a demand for construction labor in Gulf. There is demand for IT professionals in USA. And there is a supply for it. So supply demand जब हो जाता है, it becomes reality and it can't be wished away. The almost complete absence of international, but the problems are there are no international institutions or rules that govern the cross-border movement of people. कोई इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे कोई ऐसा है नहीं that governs the cross-border movement of people. It is only between that country where they are migrating in, the country from where they are migrating out. ये आपस में है. अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुआ तो ट्रम्प और मोदी ही बात करके कुछ करेंगे कि नहीं, थोड़ा सा हमारे बच्चों को अलाउ कर दो, रह जाने दो, दिक्कत मत करो. If Trump says कि Modi is a very good friend, he may agree, but that he may reject us also. So there is no international body to regulate the migration, international migration. So the policy should be at the international level. There is only one, that is United Nations Human and Cultural Rights, but that only looks after the refugee thing. Only the refugee migration they look into, not this labor kind of migration. For the cross-border movement of people, other than refugees, however, there are no international institutions. So what could be the policy? The policy should be based on two dimensions. First, we have to think of the actual migrants so as to ensure rights, the actual migrants, the rights of the actual migrants, and to eliminate abuse in their countries of residence after they moved. We must be conscious of the rights. जो भी एक लेबर का राइट्स होता है वो होना चाहिए. Second, we need to think of the potential migrants, possibly those who are ready to move out, and therefore there should be governance. There should be a transparent and uniform unilateral rules. Transparent, uniform unilateral rules are required. Beyond the national laws, there should be international rules and regulations. Among the actual migrants, it is necessary to make a distinction between legal and illegal. Legal तो ठीक है, but there are also illegal migrants. उसको भी हम डिनाई नहीं कर सकते. And they are huge in number. There are some similarities in the problems faced by them, but there are also differences. For the former, the essential objective should be to ensure what? Respect for their rights, both national and international. So don't just look at their migrants, legal or illegal, but they are human beings. They are human beings first. So for the latter, the fundamental objective should be to eliminate exploitation and abuse, because the illegals are more likely to be exploited and abused. Even if they are legal, they are highly exploited and abused in Gulf. Gulf में you will find many cases of labor rights violation. कितने लोगों का मौत हो जाता है, 100 में होता है, पर किसी को पता नहीं चलता. They have absolutely poor record of labor rights, despite they are legal. Despite they are legal. So there must be social protection for migrants as per the nationals. To avoid exploitation of migrant workers, there must be wage paid on the way they are paid to the nationals. Everything must be done to combat the physical and sexual abuse of migrants, particularly women and migrant workers. In other words, there must be a concept of national treatment for the migrant workers. Can we treat them as we treat our own nationals? But that is not happening nowadays. That is not happening. That is not happening not because of the economic regions, but also because of cultural regions, social regions, political regions. So the rights of migrant workers can only be protected through an understanding between and a commitment on the part of sovereign nation state, and this in turn requires a universal acceptance and ratification of ILO conventions. So he is proposing that there should be role of ILO international bodies to look into this. The rights of migrant workers can only be protected through an understanding between a commitment of the sovereign nations, and this requires universal acceptance and ratification of ILO convention on migrant workers, and need to be regulated through concerted joint action by labor exporting and labor importing countries, both at the regional level and at the global level, and therefore important to develop a set of transparent and uniform rules. Anyhow, it will happen. There is need for transparent. Let's be open. Let's not allow people to use the illegal routes. Let's be transparent. This is your requirement. You need this country requires this much of labor, and this country needs to supply this much of labor. Let there be some transparency into it, and let's avoid that illegal routes. Since there is need, there is demand, there is supply, so there should be a transparent and uniform rules. So that is the end. Thank you so much. Yes. German delegation came.
Sir, according to the demographic answer, one if a country went to the 5th stage, it possibly went again to population rise in that country. It happened in Germany and all other Scandinavian countries. So I want to know that what is the policy? Because there is only increasing population by the migration in this situation, if they are in 5th stage. So what the Scandinavian countries' policies or German countries' policies to get people by the immigration? Sir, in that sense, I also want to know that is this first time that German delegation come to you, or it periodically comes?
It is only once. It never happened earlier, or I don't know it will happen again, but it was once. So not to me, but someone proposed me that a delegation is coming. Would you like to brief them about the situation? So I was ready and I went there.
Sir, in these countries, how is their policy for immigration? Because only the source.
Now Germany is very soft on Indian migration, but they are looking for the skilled one. Preferably if the migrants can speak German, they prefer it. Skilled and German speaking, and Indian is all, their preference is Indian. Obviously, that is there. Skilled and then German speaking. So there will.
Because there is also population declining very fast,
Ha.
rapidly.
Ha.
But what there is policies for the Indians if they want to?
Scandinavians, I have no idea. Scandinavians, I have no idea. But Scandinavians are not very much known for their manufacturing, not very much known for their industries. German is something, it is known for its manufacturing, so there may be requirement of labor. Japan is known for its manufacturing. Scandinavians are not. So there may not be many requirement of hands. So German, you can expect that they require hands, they require labor. Scandinavians, I don't know. Scandinavian migration could be what purpose? I know some people, those who are in university teaching profession, but other purpose I don't know. Gang slaves. Gang slave. Slavery, when the slave labor were utilized or engaged, they were engaged in two situations. One, in a small scale. For example, you are a landlord, you have some land and you want to operate that. So you require 2, 3, 4, 5 slaves, 4, 5 laborers. You have a small, let's say some workshop or something. You make something, let's say you make textile or you make something. Small one. So you require again 4, 5, 10, few laborers. And you buy them, you provided them a house to stay, and then you provided the food for them. In that condition, what happens? You are in direct touch with them, and there is possibility you may develop some human relationship. क्योंकि धीरे धीरे आपके बीच में एक संबंध भी बन सकता है. Sometimes the owner dies, the slave can take over. There is a possibility of promotion of the slaves. There is a possibility of human relationship between the owner and the slave.
I have seen a movie, Django Unchained, उससे same concept दिखा है कि एक household है, वो slave भी रहता है, but खुद भी अफ्रीकन ही है, और वो अमेरिका में काम करता है. But my question was that
in case of, I have not come to gang slaves, so that was one category that slaves can be utilized. In the gang slave, you need huge number of slaves. आपका बहुत बड़ा फार्म है, जैसे अमेरिका में बड़े बड़े किसान होंगे, बड़ा खेत होगा. You need to engage them in mines. You need to run the sheeps, the big जो बड़े sheeps होते हैं, galley slaves. So they are required in huge numbers, maybe 100 or 1000, I don't know. In that case, that personal relationship is hardly existing. So they are treated more bad. There is hardly any human touch. So that is the worst form.
and that is the gang.
That is the gang. In gangs they are utilized. In gangs they are utilized.
Earlier I thought that all the slaves from a family or a village came in gang and
No. In large number, when they are being utilized in large numbers. And another problem with slavery is they can't have their family. Very difficult to have the family relationship, because any moment anybody can be separated. There is, you can't have. So slavery is the enemy of family. Slavery is the biggest enemy of family. Okay. And you watch two movies. Gladiator you watch, and you also watch Apocalypto. हाँ, ये दो मूवीज आप देखो. इसमें थोड़ा सा एपोकैलिप्टो, एपो एपीओ कैलिप्टो CALYPTO. APO, ठीक है? Okay. Thank you.
Session in the morning on slavery, and then now you had the challenges also by Dr. Ramya Ranjan, and there were a lot of policy suggestions. I mean, I'm just trying to connect to the last presentation. Now, this session will be talking exactly on what the ministry has done on labor reforms process in terms of protecting the rights of migrant workers. Of course, there is a way forward to it. I mean, we have to also delve deeply into what else can be done, but there are initiatives which are very serious and which the government has already initiated. But before that, before I come directly to the policy part, the legislation part, I would orient you a bit on the international labor standards, the ILO's conventions on migration, and other key conventions that look after promoting gender equality. I don't know how well versed you are with international labor standards. Do you read them? International labor standards generally, I'm saying. Pata hai, kuch idea hai, what are these standards?
Like in terms of minimum, what should be the minimum wages and job security for them.
Yes, and how they are developed? Any idea? How the ILO comes to a consensus that?
Survey, bilateral survey or empirical data?
No, it's a tripartite discussion always. ILO is a tripartite body. The workers, the employers and the government. Okay, so whatever discussions takes place, even for formulating a convention, it is always based on tripartite discussions. Okay, so what I'm going to do today, since I thought you all are students and maybe some of you are not oriented to international labor standards, how it works across many countries, and what India has, what history India has with ILO. India has a long history with ILO because we are a founding member of ILO, one of the founding members of ILO in 1919 when ILO was constituted, when it came into force. Okay, so we were one of the early members of ILO. And international labor standards, what role do they play? What are the key international standards on migration? Key international standards on gender equality, which is very important because that is cross-cutting with migration as well. That we have to see. And also coming to the labor codes in India, where one of the legislations called Interstate Migrant Workmen Act got amalgamated, okay, which we earlier had as a standalone legislation. Okay, I'll come to that, the labor reforms process and all of that. That is the outline of my lecture. So, international labor standards on any labor and employment issue, they are guidelines which guide or provide directions to countries to design their labor and employment legislations and policies so that labor standards are not lowered. So, for example, you said wages. If there is a wages is a very difficult thing to, because every country will have a different wage rate. But for example, maternity. So, any country, the International Labour Standard for Maternity, Convention number 183, Maternity Protection Convention, is 14 weeks of maternity leave globally, which is prescribed by the ILO, which is extendable to 18 weeks as per ILO's recommendation on maternity. Every convention will have a recommendation as well, following recommendation. India is much beyond the Maternity Protection Convention of the ILO. India is providing 26 weeks of maternity leave. So we are way ahead. But that means we have followed international labor standards. We are doing better. And there are many countries who might be providing lesser maternity protection below 14 weeks. That means they are lowering their labor standards. So international labor standards, which are basically in the form of convention or recommendations, they give guidelines to countries to design or formulate or draft their labor laws and also policies. Some country might not be interested to ratify these conventions, might not have a law, but can have a policy. So ILO is non-binding actually. It does not bind any country, but if you are a ratifying country, if you ratify the convention of ILO, then you have a legal binding to have a law. That particular convention, if you have ratified, for example, you ratified the maternity convention, then you have to have maternity leave till 14 weeks. You can go beyond that, but at least minimum 14 weeks you have to. So these are instruments which are drawn upon governments, employers and workers, I mean tripartite discussions. That's how they formulate a convention, and they're in the form of conventions and recommendations. The key international labor standards on gender equality, though there are others as well, but these are the important ones. Convention 100, Equal Remuneration Convention 1951. India ratified it. We have the Equal Remuneration Act 1979. You remember that? We have the ERA legislation already there in place because we ratified this convention. Now, Convention 100 talks about everyone should be given equal wages for equal amount of work and equal value for that. Okay, that is there. The Convention 111, discrimination in respect of employment, this also we are a signatory. India is a signatory to this particular convention, and we have been having non-discriminatory approach in our labor legislations, all of them in fact. Even our constitutional provisions are based, I mean our laws are based on our constitutional provisions, or our constitutional provisions also talk about equality. Okay, so there is no discrimination in terms of preparation for employment, working conditions, protection in terms of employment, wages, etc. Okay, so that convention talks about, I mean this convention talks about all of these things. Maternity Protection Convention is a recent one, you can say, not a very old convention, though it started in 2000. India had the Maternity Benefit Act in 1961. We had our legislation before the convention. So now why this is important? Because we have to report to ILO on the on our ratification status. Why we have not ratified? All countries, not only India, every country, whoever has not ratified a convention, they have to report to the ILO, to the Committee on Conventions. ILO has a body called Committee on Conventions, and there are meetings in Geneva, the headquarters of ILO, held there, where they represent their countries, and they have to report that why they have not been able to ratify. ILO is not, I said they're not binding and they're not pressurizing, but every country has to give a good answer to it. So maternity protection, because I work with the labor ministry, so I can tell you maternity protection convention, the answer we have is that we already have a law before the convention came. So we are in a better position to ratify, but even we are beyond the convention. I mean, the convention talks about till 18 weeks, extendable. We are 26 weeks now. So that is what is the stand of the government of India. So we have done really well in terms of maternity protection, and we are the #1 country in the entire Asia Pacific region for promoting generous maternity leave. So that's why we have done well on this international labor standard. Then Workers and Family Responsibilities Convention, we have not ratified. It's 1981. This is a very interesting convention because it talks about the last discussion which we had in my lecture, the care policies, work-family balance policies, provisioning of child care facilities, addressing unpaid care work responsibilities for migrant workers. So this convention talks about any worker, be it a man or a woman, they need to provide work-family balance policies for them to protect their well-being. And work-family balance policies means your flexible working, childcare facilities, parental leave policies, all of that. Elderly care policies. Many countries do have elderly care policies. India still has a long way to go on this, to discuss this. And Asian countries like Japan, Korea, they have already deliberated and they already have. So that is there. ILO Convention 190 is a quite recent one, 2019, and which is concerning violence and harassment. Now, for us also the same argument, we have a sexual harassment law, 2013, much before the convention again. And you would be very happy to know, I feel very proud to tell in many international forums, is that if you look at the convention 190 and if you look into India's Sexual Harassment Act, many things are similar. And I always feel, and I have worked with ILO also for many of their collaborative projects, and we have written it also that they have taken, I mean, I would not say that it's taken from India, but it's so similar, the convention. But the convention is one step ahead of us in one aspect, that is the inspection part. So they say that workplace harassment, sexual harassment at the workplace, or violence and harassment at the workplace need to be enforced by the Labor Department. For us, the sexual harassment law is not with the Labor Department, it's with the Ministry of Women and Child Development. So if we have a better enforcement of this particular law, which we already have before the convention, then we will go much, much beyond. I mean, it will be better enforceable law then. So those discussions are underway, and there has to be tie-up between two ministries. These are the things. So that's how, these are some broad international conventions. I just wanted to give you one more international convention, which is cross-cutting. I mean, gender is an integral aspect. That is 102, Social Security Minimum Standards Convention, the last one. And this is very much applicable to your migrant workers. And following this convention, many countries, whoever have worked on domestic workers' rights or legislations pertaining to domestic workers, they have taken cue from this convention as well. 102. So it says that you should have minimum floor level social security to your workers, including all kinds of workers, which is migrant, domestic, informal, whatever is their status in employment. Okay, so it is social security minimum standards. So what are these minimum standards? They have 9 branches of social security, which starts from your medical insurance, sickness, maternity, childcare, so many. 9 branches. You can see the convention, they have 9 branches of social security, which India in social security legislations has very clearly taken up. We have our ESIC, Employee State Insurance Corporation by the Ministry of Labour, which takes care of all these 9 branches. Okay, we have the EPFO, Employees Provident Fund Organization, that also takes care of the, which is very much aligned to the principles highlighted in international standards on social security. And India is doing fairly well, I must say, globally also on social security, even within the BRICS and the G20 nations. And I would say for BRICS 2023 under the South African presidency, India was highlighted, India's position was highlighted in terms of providing generous, good social security through the e-Shram portal, which is launched by the Ministry of Labour in 2021. And that portal is a digital platform for protecting the rights of all kinds of unorganized workers, including your migrant workers, domestic workers, home-based workers. After registration in that portal, that got the President of India award also. I don't know whether you follow the news or not. And this was a best practice highlighted in BRICS 2023 in South Africa under the South African presidency. And after that, there was a delegation which came and they discussed about BRICS, about how social security can be replicated on Indian lines, I mean, how they have done. After registering these workers under the e-Shram portal, they link them to all kinds of social security schemes digitally. And I myself have seen my domestic worker. I just registered her under the e-Shram portal, but I did not do anything else apart from that. One day after registering, I forgot. And after 2-3 months, she asked me that, what happened? You did the registration. I just wanted to go to the website and check what happened. I checked that she's already linked to 4 schemes, which I didn't do. She's automatically linked through her Aadhaar to 4 schemes. And one was the Pradhan Mantri Mandhan Yojana, Shram Yogi Mandhan Yojana. You must be knowing about that, PIMSIM, the pension scheme of the government of India. And she's linked to the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana already, the skilling program of the government. She is also linked to the National Career Services portal, because if there is any requirement for career counseling, that also she's there. And one more scheme, health scheme, she's integrated. She's already integrated. So you can imagine how, you know, digitally there has been transformation, and this has been a good practice. So social security, I think India has started on a good journey actually, and it's a long way to go, but we have to see how we fare well on a sustainable basis on this. And informality, we have very high. I already mentioned 90% of our workers are in the informal sector. That's why this initiative was very important. So Social Security Minimum Standards Convention talks about providing minimum social security to all kinds of workers. Now, you can see the ratification rate. Just to give you an idea, I thought I'll show you. Maximum ratifications are Equal Remuneration Convention and 111. I mean, around 174 countries, and this is around 175 countries. Maternity, only 43 countries have ratified. Many countries do not have a good maternity protection legislation. And that's very challenging. I mean, one has to go for that. And also maternity funding is important. If you look into who's financing it, it should not be employer 100%. If it is employer 100%, then it becomes burdensome for the employer not to take women. So that becomes challenging. C156, India is around 46 ratifications. This is a new one, but still there are 45 countries who have ratified since 2019, when the convention came. Now, the core standards on migration, let me come to that. That was a brief overview about, you know, how gender gets integrated into international conventions, and it's very important. It's cross-cutting. It will be applicable to conventions on migration as well. One is your Migration for Employment Convention, 1949, so old. I mean, it's a very old convention. And Migrant Workers Supplementary Provisions Convention. What do these conventions say, and how countries who have ratified these conventions have worked for migrant workers' rights and actually built up or designed policies on promoting responsible migration. And I'll share some of my own experiences with my work with the ILO on domestic workers and some of the policies of the Indian government that I'll definitely share. Some good practices are there from cross country also to talk about this. Now, what are the key provisions of this particular convention on Migration for Employment Convention of the ILO? This talks about, basically the debate is that all legal instruments or all international standards, whether they regulate or they also protect well-being. If you look into all these conventions in a broader perspective, I mean, not only the Migrant Workers Convention, but many other conventions like the Gender Equality Conventions, many of them are geared up for protecting well-being. It's not about only provisioning them basic conditions, working conditions, yeah, equal pay, remuneration de do, yeah, wage de do. It's not confined to that. It's beyond that. It is also about protecting your well-being. The Workers with Family Responsibilities Convention, the worker should be happy. Conventions on occupational safety and health, which promotes, your workers' safety and well-being at the workplace. These are equally important for any migrant worker. So now coming core to the core conventions on migration, these conventions basically, this particular convention regulates conditions of migration. So it has to be responsible. I mean, one authority should be there, someone should be regulating it. There should be some legal provision. I mean, it should not be lost anywhere. And people who are migrating, they should be aware of some of their rights. So that is how the convention was, discussed, deliberated, and formulated. And this convention aims to regulate the conditions under which labor migration occurs, and which includes recruitment. And these are the conditions. I mean, conditions of work, trade. An important aspect of this convention, these international standards, are that it gave trade unions immense rights. I mean, whichever is a ratifying country, and I already talked about feminist movements across the world, Italy one of them, and how feminist movements have contributed to the national legislations there. And that has been, the ratification of conventions like this has also given a lot of encouragement to women's movement there to talk about workers' rights. So this convention gives a lot of scope for protecting trade union rights and accommodation, social security, employment taxes, legal proceedings. 54 countries, mostly in the European Union, some very few, Africa, and these countries have ratified this convention. And even Mauritius, some of these countries have ratified the convention. India is not a signatory to this particular convention. This follows a recommendation again, and the recommendation says that there should be a guideline or a national policy which would regulate migration. So this basically talks about, any kind of illegal employment needs to be protected. That is one aspect, and it should be through a policy document, through any legal aspect, whatever the country decides they can do. Now, it says a model agreement on migration. Indonesia has one. I mean, you can see many good practices from cross borders coming. Model agreement for migration for employment, including provisions for refugees and displaced persons. So this convention and the recommendation includes the refugees and displaced people as well. Okay, apart from migrant workers who have come for employment to another country. Now, another convention, which is 143, another convention particularly for migrant workers, is Migrant Workers Supplementary Provisions. It requires the states to take action against abusive forms of labor migration while upholding the basic human rights. So I already mentioned that ILO conventions are much beyond employment protection, social security protection. It talks about human rights issues as well. So that is why this convention way ahead, I mean, goes, and it says that there should be protection of their basic rights in terms of no human rights violation. Though 30 countries have ratified, but there are examples which I'll be sharing with you, how legislations have become so proactive in protecting migrant workers' rights in some of the countries. Now, this particular convention, some of the parts of the convention, it first of all talks about a national policy. Anyone who has ratified this convention, they should have a national policy which promotes equality. That national policy should talk about working conditions, social security, everything pertaining to the lives of migrant workers, and that should be drafted. Then it also talks, it's also supported by a recommendation which says that coherent policy on international migration for employment based upon the economic and social needs of both the countries. So there should be dialogue or bilateral agreements, yes. So it is in that way. It should take account not only of short-term manpower needs and resources, but also of the long-term social and economic consequences of the migration for migrants as well as for communities concerned. So it is not about any kind of employment and coming back after that. It is also long-term migration, if anyone wants to, an integration process. So it hints towards the integration process as well. Now, this convention also, I mean, these international conventions also have cross-cutting aspects with different other conventions, and that is the Private Placement Agencies Convention number 181, which is a convention to regulate the working of private placement agencies. And it's very important in case of migration. You agree or not? They take exorbitant fees. They exploit the workers. Like GCC migration, you can see even from, I don't know, Haryana se log jate hain ya nahi, Punjab se and many other places they go, and for nursing and all to GCC countries, and they sell their land, everything, property, and then they are exploited. They end up nowhere. Kuwait, many other places they go, they are exploited. Trafficking bhi ho jata hai. There's trafficking also. So this convention basically prohibits important aspects. One is it regulates the functioning of private placement agencies. That means how will it regulate? Any country who is ratifying this convention, they need to have a law on private placement agencies. That is how you regulate. Okay, that means if you have a law on private placement agencies, that means you register those placement agencies in your country. You know which are the good ones, which are the bad ones, because registration should be following up all documentation done. So it should be clean. I mean, an agency which should be as clean as possible, so that people can go and for issues of migration to them. I mean, for help, taking them help as a third party to go to other countries. So that is there. Then this convention regulates fee charging. You cannot charge fees from migrant workers. And this convention regulates that, and any country who has a law following this convention, they have to have a fee charging capping. Like Ministry of External Affairs in India have the, for high skilled, semi-skilled, unskilled, they have a fee capping, how much the agents can charge, the placement agencies can charge. So if they go beyond the capping, then it is questionable then, yes, that is there. And apart from that, this convention also talks about benchmarking of best practices of good agencies. Some agencies must be very good, in good migrant policies or facilitating good migration, safe migration, and through their agencies, whatever. They may be incentivized. Some award, something should be given to them so that others learn from them. So these are interesting aspects of the Private Placement Agencies Convention. India is not a signatory to it, and we don't even have a law on regulating private placement agencies. It's a big challenge for us to work towards it, but now we register some employers and placement agencies through the National Career Services. So that is there. Then Domestic Workers Convention, this also we have not ratified, but this is an interesting convention. I already mentioned some aspects in the previous lecture, that it also talks about migration and responsible migration. It has aspects on national hotlines, all of those aspects for migrant workers. Domestic Workers Convention is very important because it talks about skilling of domestic workers also. If you have come to a destination country, you need some kind of skills which was there in host countries. That skill won't work maybe. So you need skill reorientation, and this convention talks about that. And apart from that, social security and many other aspects, employment conditions protected, and all of that. Now, Private Placement Agencies Convention and this I already mentioned. This particular convention also talks about looking into discriminatory practices apart from working conditions and employment conditions and social security. It also talks about a mechanism where you can report, I mean, a grievance redressal mechanism where discriminatory practices can be reported upon. And they say, because ILO is based on tripartite agreements or arrangements, they say the unions can they have a role for the unions as well here in the convention. Trade unions can play a prominent role in establishing this mechanism because workers are closer to the unions. They can tell their agonies and pains to the unions. So that is why they have a central role assigned for the trade unions under the convention itself. And many governments internationally, they have taken the help of trade union to establish a national law on social security for domestic workers. So that is very much there. This I already mentioned, that it should be a legal one. So what are the measures which can be taken to protect the rights of domestic workers as per this particular ILO's convention? If we look into international migration of domestic workers cross country, it talks about other aspects. What we discussed is also on occupational health and safety issues. Wherever they are working, whether it is hazardous, whether the workplace is safe from any kind of injury, disease, etc., that also is protected under this particular convention. Apart from that, inspection mechanism, the labor authorities, that means the inspectors, the labor inspectors should go for enforcement to look whether things are in place or not. So it has a component of an enforcement mechanism also added to it, which is very important for effective implementation of labor laws. You have laws, if you don't have enforcement, doesn't work. So that is why it's very important. Procedures for collecting and publishing statistics on accidents and diseases, that is very important. So if there is any accident, any disease or any worksite hazard, that needs to be reported and there should be some statistics generated out of it. Training programs to disseminate also on OSH were requirements for domestic workers. So domestic workers need to be trained, and that's why Armenian government was working on a training with the ILO to empower the domestic workers actually. And that was one aspect of the convention. So that's very important to look at. Good practices on contracts, which we discussed in the first class, that in India generally they don't have job contracts. So that becomes a bit of challenge for them to access social security regulations or provisions. So in Indonesia, for example, they have a national domestic workers advocacy network. You can imagine civil society trade unions coming into the picture, and they have provided training to domestic workers organizations for promotion of written employment contract, and they have developed a model contract as well. What would be a contract looking like? So that is very interesting, a good practice there. A new model contract was introduced through special meetings or education series. So that helped the employers, and also orientation sessions with employers to implement the contract. Okay, so these are very interesting aspects of regulating, responsible migration. That is very important. And the contract can be obtained. They have also mentioned that from their website, from their secretariat, they can go and obtain it. And they also mentioned that number of domestic workers successfully obtained written employment contracts from their employees. Okay, what happened? Why you are smiling? Kuch dikkat hai kya? Now coming to policy and legislative framework in India. Okay, so that was international, and apart from that there are many cross-country experiences. I already mentioned the Italian legislation. They already have a social security wing established within the ministry for the migrant workers who are domestic workers, and they have access to all social security provisions, insurance, everything. So that is there. There are other initiatives by countries like South Africa. I already mentioned that. And trade unions have become very active in all of these countries to play a prominent role. And that is because of ILO convention and advocacy related to ILO's conventions there. Now, what we have in India, the policy and legislative framework. India had legislations around 44 labor laws across, till now. We all know that. You all know that how many laws were there, labor laws? Civil services कोई तैयारी नहीं कर रहा है. 44 laws were there, okay, and they got reduced, you can say, to 29 laws codified under 4 labor codes. And why it happened? ऐसा क्यों करना पड़ा? 44 laws खराब थे.
Some were not relevant at that time.
अभी भी तो ऐसे law है. Contract Labor Act, don't you think it is a redundant kind of legislation? 1970, archaic, gone into history, but it is amalgamated, subsumed under the codes, but changes have been made, that I'll tell you. But yes, I mean, 44 laws were complex. That's why I thought I'll share a history with you. Indian labor market has been always, flexible, and we have post-liberalization, we had a lot of, changes happening into Indian labor market, and also the technological onslaught, digital technologies coming in. So there were a lot of new changes happening, new forms of employment coming up. That happened. Indian labor markets have always been like that. So the Second National Commission on Labor 2002 in India, they, long time back in 2002, they realized, discussed and deliberated that Indian laws were very complex. 44 laws were very complex. There are multiple definitions, which makes it very difficult for the employers and the workers to ensure compliance. Many a times, workers are registered under several laws, same workers who are either contract worker or migrant workers, but they are registered under separate legislations. So that makes the situation all the more complicated. So let's simplify. That's what they recommended in 2002. You simplify it, make it simple, so that workers and employers' rights are protected also. At the same time, it is simplified so that the complexities are reduced. Okay, so they gave their recommendation in 2002. We had a long journey. 2019, our codification process started. So now, under the simplification process, we have 4 labor codes, 29 laws got amalgamated into 4 labor codes. So the first one which came out, passed by the parliament, was 2019 Code on Wages. Okay, that has 4 laws: Payment of Wages, Minimum Wages, Equal Remuneration Act, all legislations pertaining to wages. Okay, the second one, the Industrial Relations Code 2020, it has got 3 laws: Industrial Disputes Act, Standing Orders Act, Trade Unions Act. Okay, the third one, Social Security Code, that has got 9 laws into it, all related to social security. Maternity law is into this, the Maternity Protection Act of 1961, amended in 2017. That act is into this. ESIC Act, EPFO Act, gratuity, PF, all of that are in this. Okay. Then you have the fourth one, the most bulkiest one, 13 laws into this code, and this is relevant for your today's session. The Code on Occupational Safety and Working Conditions Code. In this code, the Interstate Migrant Workmen Act got amalgamated, which we had in India. The Contract Labor Law got amalgamated. The Plantation Labor Law got amalgamated. Dock Workers Act, BD Cigar Workers Act, Construction Workers Act. Then you have your cinema workers, cinema theatre workers, working journalist legislation. All of these, around 13 laws. I'll give you all those. You can find it in Google also.
What about people involved in gig economy? Is there any
Gig economy is covered under Social Security Code. Social Security now is extended to gig and platform workers. And India is the first one, I think, even in BRICS countries. I think Africa is doing well, and South Africa is doing well. But also India is doing well, because India first time has included the gig and platform workers in Social Security Code. So you have social security provisions for gig and platform workers. Now this includes your migrant workers, contract workers, and all other workers, even plantation labor workers, etc., which I already mentioned, construction workers, many of them who are migrants, including the Migrant Worker Act itself, and all other workers, which I already mentioned, many of them are migrant workers. So that got subsumed under this particular code. So this is 13 laws amalgamated into it. What does it say? I'm coming directly to that code. Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code and the migrant workers in that code. Nor does it say. It is a law which consolidates or amends all legislations pertaining to occupational safety, health and other aspects of workers engaged both in formal and informal sector, though it is restricted to establishment size. That is one word of caution. All labor laws are restricted to establishment sizes. That I think you all should be knowing. It does not go beyond establishment sizes. So that is one challenge with many of our laws, because some informal sector workers get excluded. Then that becomes a challenge. But then there is a provision under this code which makes it inclusive for the informal sector workers as well. That I'll come to, and that will help the migrant workers as well. Now coming to this particular code, the code regulates occupational safety and health conditions for workers in establishments with 10 or more workers. So that's the capping. So जहां 10 से अधिक वर्कर काम करते हैं, 10 या 10 से अधिक उन establishments में ये code apply करेगा. Okay, that is there. Now they expanded the definition of interstate migrant worker. What was there in the earlier ISMW Act, Interstate Migrant Workmen Act, which got subsumed under this. In the ISMW Act, migrant worker was someone who is brought by the contractor. अगर वो act आप खोल के देखोगे, you will find that migrant worker is defined as a person who is brought by the contractor. In this code, on OSH code, they expanded the definition and said migrant workers are those who are employed directly by the employer and also brought by the contractor. Don't you think the expansion, the scope has been expanded now? है ना, जो डायरेक्टली खुद आ जाता है एस्टेब्लिशमेंट में काम करने, that person is also a migrant worker. So what will be the impact then? The impact will be the coverage. So in India's ISMW Act, what coverage we have? Housing, education, all of that we have. Traveling allowance, journey allowance that we have for migrant workers. All those benefits will be extended now to those who are got directly on their own. They're coming directly on their own from their host states to the destination state. Okay, and they would get housing, education, etc. Whatever is the benefit. And someone was asking me, states ka, you were asking me. So some states like Kerala, anyone is there from Kerala? No one is here from Kerala? Okay, so you should be happy. Kerala and Odisha, anyone who is there is from Odisha. So they have really done well in case of migrant workers. Why I'll tell you, because Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code, when it was passed with the Parliamentary Standing Committee, the draft bill, 19 में bill आया, 2020 में first time, and the bill was transferred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee. The Parliamentary Standing Committee said, before it came to the official gazette form, I'm saying, before it was passed by the Parliament, the Parliamentary Standing Committee said that migrant workers in many states are really doing well, and these are, they named the states. You can see the Parliamentary Standing Committee report is available online. You can download and read the Parliamentary Standing Committee report 2020 of the OSH code, under the OSH code. You will see that they have mentioned, look at states like Kerala. They already have housing, they have insurance, they have many other things which many other states are not doing in India. So if you are including a provision on housing or expanding the scope of housing, education, health, insurance, etc. to migrant workers, why not learn from Kerala? Then they said, learn from Odisha. They already had a migration helpline, migration help desk, support systems on migration. I'll tell you one fine example from Odisha. I was in a program in Gujarat with the Gujarat Institute of Development Research, and there was a government official from the Labour Department, and he was saying that that time the code, that was, I'm talking about 2017 or 18, 2017 or 18, when the codes were not in place. So he was saying that, madam, you are from this particular state and your state has done really well, and I belong to Odisha, your state has done really well, and they have a helpline number. And how do you manage with that helpline? It's a toll-free number. And I came to know about it very recently. One of the migrant workers from Odisha had migrated to Surat, and that person died. And the Labour Commissioner from Odisha called me and said that my worker has died in your Surat, so please help. So I, being in Gujarat, I do not know where this worker had died, but The person from the host state knows that the person has migrated to Surat and has died. So he said, can we do something of this sort if the government wants to come for a discussion to engage in a system like this, so that at least I will know where Gujarati workers are migrating and what is happening to them. So that thing, I mean, I related very well because that was my one-to-one conversation with the person, and the same thing was highlighted in the Parliamentary Standing Committee report. They said, or not this conversation, I mean, they said that Odisha already has a toll-free number. Why not we include that in the code? And that report was passed in 2020, I think September. They introduced a provision in the code, I'll show you that, the toll-free helpline. So there's a lot of learning from states actually, and we do not know, many other states must be doing really well. So it's very important to have interstate dialogues. Some departments really do. That's why it's always a learning process from the states. And states are labor is a concurrent subject. So states have their power to give what? The minimum wage rates in Kerala, for example, they're very high. Kerala has taken a stand to give that wage rate. So to Kerala, there is massive migration from Uttar Pradesh, from Odisha, from Bihar, even from northeastern states. Why? Because the minimum wage rates are high there. People want a good quality life. So no one can stop. अभी तो सिंप्लीफाई हो गया ना, अभी मैं उस पे नहीं गई क्योंकि आज ये सेशन उस पे नहीं है. कॉम्प्लायंसेस पे भी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट आपने रेज किया. अब श्रम सुविधा पोर्टल हो गया है, एम्प्लॉयर बहुत इजीली वहां पे अपलोड कर सकता है. उसको बहुत सारा कॉम्प्लायंस और फॉर्म्स जो है ना, कॉम्प्लायंस के फॉर्म्स वो लेबर कोड्स के पीछे लगा दिए गए हैं. नहीं देते, पर एनफोर्समेंट होगा तब देंगे ना. अगर लेबर ऑफिसर उसको पाएगा गिल्टी तब होगा. इस कोड में स्पेशल प्रोविजंस है which will help again migrant women workers. What are the special provisions? Earlier under the Factories Act in India, we were not allowing night work for women. You remember? Yes. So we were almost some way discriminating. And with the new labor codes in place and OSH code, night work has been allowed, permitted. And you should be happy, people from Haryana. Haryana government has implemented it as well, because aapke principal secretary had come to the ministry. There was a principal secretary's meeting recently, and there were discussions, and they highlighted good practices on Haryana. They already started because it's a state subject again. So states can take up steps and do implementation. So they said that Queen Kin Industries में वो लोग night work apply किए हैं. They also said कि कहाँ transportation दिया जा रहा है, where they have. This has an added clause that there should be adequate transportation facilities for women employees pick and drop from their residence. So this also encourages women, but the challenge here, this has got a critique too. The critique is that how will the employers be incentivized to provide this facility who are small employers? So one has to think about it. I have also written about it in many digital dailies, newspapers and all, but it is up to and we are having discussions within the government as well on this. This is an important aspect, and many employers through their CSR funds have started, engaging in discussions on this, so that through the CSR funds they can do. Yeah.
I am from Patoli, near to the Patoli, and there is so many warehouses in which women work on the wages of 12,000 to 15,000 per month, and the company provided them this facility.
Transportation. So that's why. Yeah, there are there, but after the code, it is like it becomes a mandatory requirement now. After it is in the labor code, so it is a mandatory requirement. They should provide, but then there should be some incentive also from the employer side. If you think small employers might not be incentivized, I mean that is the critique to it. I mean it can be a possibility. Many employers might be interested, so there should be some gearing up. Some are doing CSR funds or some other funding source. So that's very important. Then provisions of the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act to apply. So Sexual Harassment Act of India, you all know, applies to both formal and informal sector. And so that is also integrated well into this particular law, which will be applicable for the migrant women workers. Now, special provisions for contract and interstate migrant workers. I am using contract interstate interchangeably, though in the OSH code, the Parliamentary Standing Committee again reported that don't put them together. Their challenges are different. So they have different sections in the code, but some are overlapping as well. For example, licensing for the contractors who can hire a migrant worker as well. So that's overlapping provision. No, so what is very strict, has become very strict now with a penal provision attached to it, is licensing. And it has to be one licensing now in place of multiple licenses earlier under all other labor laws. Okay, so it is now it has become simplified. So everyone has to have a license, the contractor. And एक challenge है, अगर principal employer ने unlicensed contractor को hire किया, then उसके लिए penalty नहीं है. That is another critique. So one can always think about some penalty for that also. Then experience certificate. This is a very interesting thing which has happened. They were not giving, the contractors were exploiting migrant workers, and they were not giving them experience certificate. Forget about experience certificate. They were not even giving them appointment letters, because after working at some place, if they go to another industry to work, they would not have past experience or appointment letter to show in the other industry as experience or humne yahan pe kaam kiya. Now, this again is a recommendation of the Parliamentary Standing Committee that you have a provision of giving an experience certificate and an appointment letter, but please use a prescribed format for that. Because contractor क्या करेगा, you all know, I think, if अगर आप थोड़ा follow करते हो newspapers and you see the labor law non-compliance, then you will see what as you are rightly saying, contractors क्या करेंगे, तुम मुझे इतना commission दे दो, तभी मैं तुम्हें experience certificate दूंगा.
ये सब अभी जीएसटी में चल रहा है, रिवाइज फाइलिंग में, आईटीसी वो देते नहीं, आईजीएसटी, जीएसटी सेटअप करते हैं ना, सेटअप में बिलिंग का फ्रॉड चलता है.
That is another debate altogether. But with this, I mean, at least you have to give an experience certificate in a prescribed format, which is attached to the rules of the OSH code. If you open the OSH code, uske piche rules hai, in that there is a format. So every contractor, whoever is hiring a contract worker who is a migrant worker, they will be giving an experience certificate in the same format. And what is the format talking about? The format talks about name, place of origin, place of migration, whatever, then your Aadhaar number, your identity number, your skill, your last wages drawn, etc. And it's a fixed kind of format which is there. No fees or commission or any cost to the workers. So it restricts any kind of fees or commission to the workers. All benefits which are applicable to the contract labor are extended to interstate migrant workmen, which includes housing, education, all of those benefits. Okay? By the principal employer. This is again, this is what I was telling you, a new provision which is for migrant workers, toll-free helpline. So the appropriate government means either it is the central government or the state government. In some establishments, the appropriate government is the state government. I don't know whether you understand these technical concepts. For labor laws to operate, you need to have appropriate government to be implemented. Now, if it is a BD cigar industry, for example, or it's a plantation industry, then the appropriate government will be the state. BD will not be everywhere, or plantation will not be everywhere. But if it is a public sector undertaking, your oil fields, your railways, or central government undertakings, then the appropriate government there, defense establishments, your appropriate government there will be the central government. Okay, and so labor department officers will be from the central government who will be going for enforcement. And in this case, it will be state department officers. Okay, so the appropriate government will provide a facility of toll-free helpline to the interstate, and this they took from Odisha government. They have mentioned also in the Parliamentary Standing Committee report, which may be prescribed by that government. This is a good provision, but we have also written gaps about this. So they have mentioned about a study on migrant workers in the code itself. Now the labor law on OSH WC code talks about that the government should prescribe for a study on migrant workers. Now what they have mentioned, you see, appropriate government may provide for study of interstate migrant workers in such a manner as may be prescribed by that government. Now what is the manner? Where is the manner? Who is the agency who's going to do a study? Whether our institute, which is empaneled by the ministry, I mean, which is a nodal research and training wing of the ministry, we are also well equipped to do this study, but we cannot restrict universities to do the study. Many universities professors are doing remarkable research on migration. How would you identify people who would do the study? That has been a gray area. That's our critique to the to share, that one needs to be having a clear-cut guideline on who's going to do the study, or else it will line the code and may not be implemented. And then how it will be implemented, that also is a big question. Who will see the implementation? And this, someone was asking me, I think, in the morning, I don't remember, from this side, work hard on the special committee or whatever to identify the institutions, or maybe issue some guidelines that anyone can do. And then safety and occupational health surveys in industries where there are workers. I mean, that again is a big challenge. I mean, this is my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with governmental opinion. And is that who will do this study, this survey? I mean, they have said, employer to conduct the survey of factory, mine, establishment, and employer shall afford all facilities of such survey. Now, the challenge is that how would the employer be interested, I mean, incentivized to do the survey always if he doesn't have money? So there should be some funding or some implementation of this particular aspect as well. And then statistics. Abhi to code implement nahi hua hai, so these are the things which we are informing the government to look at actually very seriously. Now the statistics. There should be a database or record for interstate migrant workers electronically, otherwise in the portal or form and or in a manner which is prescribed by the central government. So this manner has to be then outlined. I mean, how would you collect a database? What would be the way of, and then they mentioned a particular way that is again a bit questionable, is that interstate migrant worker may register. I have a problem with himself, so I have put it in red deliberately, because labor laws should not be using this word. Labor laws should be using neutral word, gender neutral word. It should be himself oblique herself. Okay, it's like that, but in our laws everywhere we use, that's a big question to deliberate. Now, interstate worker may register himself as an interstate migrant worker on such portal on the basis of self-declaration or Aadhaar. Now, a non-techno-savvy migrant worker who is not even literate, how would they go and digitally do a self-declaration in a Shram Suvidha portal? Or it's challenging. Unless and until you rope in trade unions, unless you rope in the labor department officers to facilitate the registration process. So that's what we have been talking closely with the labor departments of the states as well, that please try to, if you're trying a mechanism, you also take initiatives in this registration process. In some states there are good practices. The labor department officers have gone out of the way to help and register, and some states are waiting for instructions from the central government, and some states, you know, are not in favor of labor codes. So it's a big challenge in the country. So this has to be dealt with seriously, and there should be some mechanism of registering and inform a migrant worker, not leaving it to themselves. This is like leaving it to themselves. Ki aap register karo. Okay. Now, in the new rules, they mention how it can be done. I mean, every code has got rules. Like you in the convention have a recommendation. So every labor code has got rules attached to it, central rules. So those rules the states will follow and make their own rules. That is why. Okay. So the new rules are saying that employer shall submit the detailed statistics of interstate migrant workers and of their occupational safety and health, and electronically on web portal designated for the purpose by the central government. So there should be a web portal. This is slightly clear now. Central government will have a web portal where the employers will be talking about their migrant worker status. I mean, uploading information. So this is very recent. Okay. So this is with the new rules modification which has been done, which is very good, and it's praiseworthy. At least some mechanism has been brought out for the registration process. Now, this is interesting, and I have my own critique to it also. One is the provision of creche facility. In the code, they included that creche facilities for women workers, whoever it is, contract, migrant, whatever, they will be having access to creche facility because creche facility is mandated under the Maternity Benefit Act of India. 50 workers जहाँ पे होंगे वहाँ creche देना ही पड़ेगा. You have to provide a creche as per MB Act. Okay. Now the same thing is applicable here because MB Act is subsumed now under one of the codes, the Social Security Code. So they mentioned that the central government may make rules to provide for the facility of creche having suitable room or rooms for the use of children under the age of 6 years of the employees at suitable location. Now the challenge is that what happened when this discussion happened, when the code was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee, there they said that, okay, this provision is very good. There will be a creche facility available to all workers. But the challenge is that what about MSMEs, the micro, small, medium enterprises? How will they afford a creche facility? So for that, Parliamentary Standing Committee gave recommendation that please make a provision under the code now to facilitate MSMEs. Now what they did, they introduced a section in the code, section 24, and they said they added this. And that code, that section talks about that establishment can avail common creche facility of the central government. If the central government has a creche facility there, then that establishment can avail it. The MSME can avail it, or by the state government or by the municipality. The challenge is how many creches are there in the country? Okay, that is one challenge. Another thing, any non-governmental organization or any other organization or a group of establishment, this is problematic. Group of establishments may pool their resources for setting up a common creche in the manner as they may agree. Now, group of establishments setting up a common creche, I am MSME 1, you are MSME 2, you are MSME 3, I have 50 people in my establishment, or less than 50 maybe, I don't have women at all. Okay, you have 10 women in your establishment, you have 20 women in your establishment. Now you would say ki 10 and your 10 women are not having children. Okay, they have elderly children, they don't want a creche. Your people, they want a creche. Now, me and she, both of us will say no to him. We don't want to pool our money for a creche because we don't have employees requiring it. Now, he needs it badly because he has employees who would require creche. How would you implement? That is the question I have written in national newspapers also on this. So it's a big challenge, and I'm a member of the task force for improving female labor force in the country. So I have put it in the report as well. The government has to look at it very seriously that we cannot tell MSMEs to pool without any enforcement on it. Now, we won't agree. Labor officer cannot come and inspect on us and say why you are not agreeing. You two are not agreeing. You have to agree. There is no penalty, no powers and duties of the inspector to make us obligatory. I mean, we have to be obliged or we have to be forcefully, we have to do it. It's an obligation for us to do it. So we will just say no. Then who is the sufferer? The person who really requires, where there are women employees and they need a creche. So women's affairs need to be dealt with more seriously. That is something which we really look forward, but this has to be brought out. For this, the Employees Federation have also taken a step ahead. They are making many good practices for this. So there's a lot of discussions already happening in the task force going on, and there are a lot of discussions happening already, positive direction to address this challenge. It's not that nothing is being done. There are a lot of positive discussions to it because now people have started pointing out it's a good provision, but we have to implement also. Okay. So another interesting thing, and there is the last one, I think, the Social Security Fund. So there should be a Social Security Fund established for all kinds of unorganized workers under the code. Now this is a multiple source funding, and another interesting aspect of this is that this fund is funded through the penalty of the employer also, one aspect of it. आपने एम्प्लॉयर को इंस्पेक्शन किया, आप लेबर ऑफिसर हो, आपने इंस्पेक्शन किया एस्टेब्लिशमेंट को, आपने पाया मिनिमम वेज नहीं दिया गया. ओके, इंस्पेक्टर का बहुत पावर है, यू नो द लेबर इंस्पेक्टर्स. सो इंस्पेक्टर विल से पेनलाइज हो जाएगा. आफ्टर द पेनल्टी अमाउंट you get, that is credited to the Social Security Fund. So it's a huge funding now. And then whom will it be applicable to? The government has a very noble idea. It will be applicable to unorganized workers defined under the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act 2008. Who are these workers? You can see home-based, self-employed, wage worker in the unorganized sector, or any worker in the organized sector who is not covered by any of the acts. So you imagine the people who are having no contract. My previous lecture, without any job contract, no contract, those workers will be covered. So it's a good source of funding actually. The challenge is there should be guidelines on the usage of the money now. Now states should be given clear-cut guidelines, and states should themselves can create their own, mechanisms how it can be, used. It's a very good source to help migrant workers in establishing creche facilities for them to address their unpaid work challenges, in providing all other social security facilities to them, to the migrant women workers. And what we had suggested in many of our work at Vivigiri, to establish a maternity and childcare fund through this fund, so that workers of construction workers' children, other who are basically migrant workers, other workers' children who are women workers, they can be availing that creche facility funded by the government, and money will be from this fund. Okay, so these are some of the policy interventions which the government is already mentioned in the code, and now there are, since code is not as a implementable stage now, and states are really going hard to implement. I think as the labor codes are implemented, things will be better slowly, and the gaps will be reduced slowly. People, many in the academy are also writing, so they can help the government to improve. That is what I can say. And the good practices are already highlight, which I've already said that we have to highlight interstate coordination, and the Kerala government's health insurance scheme accommodation, Odisha government's Shramik Sahayata helpline, migrant labor help desk, migration support systems. So my last conclusion would be that the code needs to be more gender sensitive. It needs to protect the rights of migrant women workers who are facing loss of income, loss of residence, psychological distress, and deeply affected by any kind of crisis. Now, by this I mean that within the OSH laws, go beyond occupational disease, injury, and accident, talk about psychological counseling as well. That is also an important aspect of your mental well-being. So OSH laws in India are confined only to diseases, injuries, and accidents. है ना, अगर वर्कर का डेथ हो गया कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट में, मुआवजा मिलेगा. That is the only thing. So we have to go beyond this मुआवजा. It is beyond that. Even occupational safety health issues internationally have gone beyond this discourse, and the discourse is more on work-family balance now. Addressing violence and harassment, public provisioning of creche facilities, flexible working options for women, so that women can have a safe, healthy, and even the feminist perspectives which we just discussed on migration. Whether they really want to migrate, are they happy migrating? All those questions will be addressed if their well-being is protected. Okay, so thank you so much. I think that was the last one. There's one good practice. Okay, I should not forget India. I have already talked about it. You can just see the eShram portal. That's a registration, and also the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act, which is now a part of the OSHWC code or Social Security code, and the funding is for these workers. Okay, so any questions? I think, yeah, you want to ask questions? Do we have time for questions? I don't want to. Yeah, please, quickly.
You talk about the survey. Who will do the survey? Some health data surveys. I think
it was only for employers they have in the code. The employer should do. That is what the code mandates. Yeah, but then we are not assigned by the government. No, my question is that the code assigns the employers to do the survey. Now the employer is not interested. You can't put pressure on him also. Yes, correct. It will be a bias survey. You are right. You are right. बैंक यहाँ से बैंक लोन में ये बात तो बैंक लोन में आएगा ही नहीं, तो लेबर राइट्स की बात है.
उसके बाद सिर्फ एक सी आता है और कंप्लायंसेस ये एनुअली चलते हैं। यही मतलब इसकी वजह से प्रॉफिट में हमारा जीडीपी ज्यादा चल रहा है।
ये एक अलग पर्सपेक्टिव है। यस, yeah, states are making state rules. I already mentioned Haryana has already taken, Haryana, Gujarat, these are the states. They already started implementing the provisions of the code. The labor department officers are now termed as inspector cum facilitator under the codes. Now they have renamed the labor inspectors, and they followed a different approach. That earlier inspectors were viewed as someone who is from the state, and they will be listening to us or not. So they changed the designation. They made it inspector cum facilitator, and the role under all the labor codes. Inspectors are there under all labor codes. Under all the 4 labor codes, the inspectors will not only go for inspection, they will do sensitization and orientation program to all kinds of workers and the employers both, to talk about the provisions of the code, the welfare benefits, everything. So there they will get the information even on sexual harassment, and to report cases of sexual harassment if it is a migrant worker not coming under, if it is a migrant worker working in an establishment, in a size based establishment where labor laws are applicable, then internal complaints committee that person can, because if you're working in an establishment size, you will have an internal complaints committee. If you're a domestic worker, you will not be applicable. I mean, you will not be reporting to the internal complaints committee because you are outside the industry. So you will be reporting to the local complaints committee. So there are ICCs and LCCs, internal complaints committee and local complaints committee, constituted under the Sexual Harassment Act. So there's a mechanism. It started in 2021. It's very. हाँ. नहीं है ये आप जो बता रहे हो ना, ये सारा ट्रेड यूनियंस का भी पर्सपेक्टिव है कि ये कार्ड रजिस्ट्रेशन तक ही रह गई। कैसे पता? अब मैं आपको खुद अपना एक्सपीरियंस बताई। मेरी डोमेस्टिक वर्कर भी 55 साल की है, हाँ, वो अब 5 साल में 60 साल की हो जाएगी। वो अभी से पिमसिम में दिख रही है। जिस दिन वो 60 साल में आई, उसके बैंक अकाउंट में 3,500 आने लगेगा। सो अभी हम कैसे कह सकते हैं कि उसको सुविधा तब मिलेगी जब वो उसके लिए एलिजिबल होगी ना। जो 60 साल के हो गए होंगे, इफ दे हैव कंट्रीब्यूटेड, उसका भी कुछ कंट्रीब्यूटरी है, मिनिमम अमाउंट ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूशन है, उन्होंने वो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया। नेशनल करियर सर्विसेज पोर्टल में इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए स्टूडेंट को, ऑल्सो अप्रेंटिसशिप, ऑल्सो नेशनल करियर सर्विसेज अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर, जो आपको करियर काउंसलिंग और जॉब मार्केट से लिंक करता है। उसकी वजह से आप थोड़ा ई श्रम को अच्छे से देखो। आई डोंट वांट टू टेक हर टाइम। हाँ, and Dadaji, I'm really sorry, I have to leave because I have to go to Delhi and it will be late. Yeah, I would have loved to listen, but I will listen to YouTube link, the lecture, and I will share comments.
So very heartfelt thank you to Dr. Elina Samantroy for delivering two impactful and deeply engaging sessions today. Your thoughtful analysis on feminist perspectives and labor standards in the context of migration offered very fresh insights and sparked meaningful reflections among participants. We are grateful for your presence, ma'am, and contribution to this Grand Gyan program. And now Dr. Radha Adhikari is here with us. She'll be taking the last session of today. I welcome her to come and take over the charge. She will be engaging us on the topic Understanding Visa Policies in the Light of Skilled Job Vacancies, the Differential Agencies of Source and Destination Countries. Please welcome Dr. Radha Adhikari. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Radha. Nice meeting you too. We'll stay in touch. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want 5 minutes break? Yes. Yeah. I think everybody's feeling like kind of, yeah. Have a
Shall we start? So I'll try my best to answer. Let's see. Oh, you go up. Okay. So what I've decided, I've chosen 4-5 key destination country, somewhere everybody wants to go, not just from India or South Asia, but from other countries as well. Can you name a country where everybody wants to go? Germany. USA, Canada, Germany, Russia as well. Russia, yeah, I know these countries kind of come and go. Sometimes one country becomes very famous, and some years later, the flow, migration flow diverts to another country. So they are not static, but there are some countries, they are so dependent on migrant labor. For example, migrant nurses and doctors and IT experts. So let's look at those countries. I'll start with the UK. I'm familiar with that part of the world and their visa policy. So they have, let's look at general kind of types of visa the UK would issue. I'm sure everybody knows those things. Work visa, study visa, business visa, tourism, and family reunion. There are lots of information in that website if you want to go and visit. It's available for everyone. Start with your work visa. What happens is, does anybody want to go to work in the UK? Say, for example, just yeah, go on. What do you?
I would get a opportunity to work there in academics for any postdoctoral project or for any research project. I would be applying.
Okay, let's say start with that. You want to go for, say, postdoctoral position. So what happens is, for that, I can answer that from the top of my head. For that, you need to find a university and somebody who is working on your field. somebody who is really your skill match, and the person will be able to support you better. Yeah, and then after that they have capacity to help you, support you, check with that, and if they check you, help you, guide you to apply for postdoc position, they will need to help you. You need to apply, of course. It's not like given, I got postdoc position, I'm giving it to you. It's not like that. Yeah, no, vacancies are created. If they match, if the interests match, I'm willing to help you. Then we work together and make a position and apply for funding. In most cases, apply for funding, and they, if you get funding, then your position is secure. As simple as that. First, most important thing is somebody who works in your field, and your interest is matched, and that person is willing to help you. And then you start. You get university support, and you apply for visa, and they will help you, guide you to provide you all the documents, and you get visa for certain number of years, 2 years, 5 years, and after 5 years or so, maybe if you want to stay for longer term, like want to stay there permanently, they can help you. You can apply for permanent residency status. That's one route, just one route. Any other routes you would like to know? A tourist visa is if you want to attend conferences, then you need there are lots of documents. So much is available there, but you need to provide evidence that you are attending that conference, which is relevant to your interest and your career. They will screen it. This is the right conference for you, and after that they will give you a letter, like this person, conference organizer, will give you a sponsor letter, invitation letter, and you submit application. You have to do it all by yourself. You don't get more support, and you have to provide evidence of enough fund to travel there and stay there and come back. Kind of, this is temporary, just short-term conference. That's conference visa. Any other visa category?
About study visa.
What level of study you want to do? PhD level. Again, same. You apply for, find a course that matches your interest. Absolutely, and the university is willing to take you. And after that, it goes like postdoctoral position. It will be easier.
Is there any help from university?
If you get PhD place, maybe you get help. Of course, you go. Letter of like acceptance letter, that will help, and also funding is important for PhD. Postdoc, you get paid some money, but PhD, they don't always have money for PhD student, so that's a little difficult.
Even your diplomat visa, like certain immunity on the airport check-ins and those things.
I know they are above like ordinary migration. They just get diplomatic passport status, and
what is a diplomat visa?
They don't read visa.
They just
in most of the countries,
they have diplomatic. They have different passport. They have different diplomatic passport. Of course, they have different color passport, and that's different. Any other visa? Sorry? Health related visa in the UK, they don't really, unless you come from a really dangerous part of the world, you can't have treatment there. The capacity, health service capacity is not so good in the UK. So difficult. I don't think if you apply for health visa, they won't probably give you. Any other visa category you would like to know?
But what about those who are going for the plastic surgeries and these kind of surgeries which are very different?
Do you know anybody going to the UK for plastic surgery?
No.
Yeah, no. UK hasn't got the capacity. That's for like maybe some European countries. South Korea, Bangkok. Singapore, the medical tourism, that is.
If you want to have even tattoo or any plastic surgery, something related to, which is not necessary for your treatment, you are adding extra, so you will not be given anesthesia or tranquilizers. So you have to bear the pain to do any aesthetic changes in your body. So nobody goes UK for that.
UK can't afford to, like, the UK are not doing basic, not even providing basic healthcare because the waiting list is getting longer. So they won't give you a visa for health, I think. If you come from India, British people come to India for treatment. Why would you come here? They will say straight away, I think. But unless you're really, really rich, and then you don't apply for, if you're very rich, you don't apply for a health visa. You just get visa and go and get treatment there. I'm sure people do that. Rich people do it. But they probably won't apply for health-related visa. Any other visa? Yeah, for relatives, meeting relatives, friends, families, you get invitation from them, and then you apply, make application in your country, wherever you are. Yeah, that's organized, probably official. That's official visa, of course, and the government or whoever is organizing that sports team, they will help you apply or get visa. So, but that is one way. But for nurses and doctors, there's a long process for nurses and doctors and care workers. Skill shortage in the UK we're looking at. They need nurses, doctor, IT workers, and how they recruit. The two ways. One way is they approach, say they come to India to recruit nurses and doctors, or go to Nepal or go to the Philippines to recruit doctors and nurses. And the recruiter will organize everything. They're government agencies mostly, or government agencies work for government, and they will organize everything. But people can independently apply for visa to work in, say, work in the UK. Say I'm a nurse, I want to work in the UK. I apply independently and look for a job, and when they will screen my application, and they will offer me like interview or something if they like, if they think I'm a suitable person, and if I get job, they will help me process my visa. But for that, they need a sponsorship authority to provide you the invitation letter or sponsorship letter. For that, they have to apply, like advertise that job locally first and nationally. If they can't fill their post, then they can recruit from international sources. I'm talking about the employer in the UK. That's for nurses and doctors and other skilled workers. Is it clear? It's kind of, yeah.
What about business visa, like sponsored visa?
Business visa, if you have lots of money, you can apply for business visa, but you need to be able to show them that you got that amount of money to set up business and what business you're doing, and the process is different. Sponsor visa, like invitation for work or invitation to meet family. The different channels and different paperwork needed for that.
Like I have heard that if I have some relation with my family is there, and they are having business there. So I have to show some proof that I have invested in that business, and then I get some kind of sponsored visa.
Okay, if you have business share, obviously in their business, then you need evidence of that, some paperwork or how much you have invested, and then they probably let you go. Yeah. Or if you want to set up a business, you go with a large amount of money and you start a business there. Yeah, sometimes they call it conference business as well, don't they? Yeah. conference or some business. Yeah, I've seen that as well.
For conferences, basically people use tourist visa.
Some countries no, some countries have business visa for conference, and some countries have conference visas, different category as well. In the UK, I don't know because I don't apply for a conference because I live there. So yeah, I'll have to check that one. If they have a category for conference or it's just an ordinary invitation. But if you're attending a conference, you will need a invitation letter or proof of registration for this conference, and the conference matches your interest. You're the right person to attend that conference. They check everything very closely. Oh, once you get Scotland, England, Ireland, Wales, they all one country. UK, that's UK visa.
You have came in the way, what was your visa? I want to know this. You can hear na visa. Did you apply for the visa?
Here? Yeah, I don't need visa to come here. I'm not British. I don't have British passport. Okay? There are some exemptions. Yeah. I'm a British resident. That's so complicated. Yeah, I live there. I'm resident. I can have British passport. They asked me to have British passport many years ago, but I didn't want it because if I become, I can only be one city. Well, I can only have one citizenship. Give up my passport, so I didn't want to do that. So I didn't take British passport. So easier for me to come to India. Yeah. Any other visa? I'll just quickly go through this, what I have here. Work visa, work permit, they call it. I think we kind of covered that. And there are two types of, one is like long-term work and one is like short-term temporary workers working in the farm a few months and that kind of. Study visa, you need evidence of acceptance by higher education institution. That includes, I think, postdoc position also comes under higher education institution, and PhD and masters. Business visa, it's related to investment, investing money in the UK or having business partner there. Tourism and family reunion. The exceptional circumstances, for example, they are not easily kind of easy to understand and everything. For example, refugee and asylum seeker. For example, Afghan refugee and Syrian refugee, Ukrainian refugee, they will get a special visa, but that is exceptional situation. It's not like a regular visa thing. And British visa is handled by VSF Global. It's contracted out to private company, private agency. There has been some changes with visa regulation in April. I think a few days ago, new regulation has come up. So yeah, just check it if you want to apply for British visa. For the US, it's so complicated, so confusing. Has anybody tried to apply for a US visa in here? No? You have? I have not done it, but it looks so complicated. It looks very complicated. Typically, the two types of visa, immigrant and non-immigrant. Immigrant is to go and settle there, non-immigrant to go and study for temporary, short period of time and come back. And under those, I wish, can I open that link just to go through? Is it possible to open there? Can you US visa types? Just you can see it's so complicated. If we can't do it, you can always search for, like, it's just wanted to show you the complexity. It's so many different types. Don't worry if you can't find. Oh, don't worry. There's just a visit yourself and see the complexity. It's so many different types, and start with A, B, C, and category, different category, and the requirement are extensive, very difficult to navigate. And for that reason, most people visit the agents, of course, travel agent or international education consultancies to facilitate or make those complex ideas clearer. Probably same in here. US Embassy will screen the visa application and they will decide.
There are 14 types of US visa.
Just 14?
Just 14, I have checked.
Okay, oh, that's good. Just 14 types. It's just very, and then 14, in that 14 types, there probably subcategory as well. A, B, C, whatever. US Embassy will handle the visa process. That's what happens in Nepal. I'm saying the same in here. And Canada, it looks slightly simpler than US again, but you can have a look. It's all to do with skill shortage and where you fit in there, how they recruit foreigners to fill labor gap. I won't go into detail. And just the type is work, study, family visit, tourism, business, and other reasons, like simple. And Canadian visa is handled by VSF Global as well, but increasingly this electronic e-visa system is coming up for New Zealand as well, and I think it's Australian as they're becoming more popular. A similar pattern like in the UK. You visit family or go for business or go for work. Kind of rates very similar to the British visa system, including humanitarian, that is like refugee and asylum seeker and people in distress, and they will give special visa. That's silly to have this Australian government not allowing the people from these states, but what can I say? So another point is type of a visa are tailored to job area, like skilled, and when there is a skill gap, they will make create visa. It's not like they're always there, and it will change when they feel they are able to fill all the positions. For example, when there was a nursing shortage in the UK, and they created visa category, skilled workers like category, and recruited lots of nurses. When they didn't need anymore, they closed it. For example, US has done the same. They create visa categories, recruit nurses and doctors when they don't need it. When they don't have enough money to employ foreigners, they will close it. So then flow will divert to Australia or New Zealand. It's just a kind of ongoing flow. And they choose, one thing I wanted to mention is they choose visa category and terminology so carefully that Japanese don't like to say migrant. They don't like foreigners, for example. They like or don't like. They don't want any foreigners to come to live in their country. So they are called guests or visitors, not migrants. Migrants has a meaning that they will migrate forever. But guests and visitors are more short-term, temporary. Even they have a skill shortage, that great skill shortage in Japan. They're recruiting care workers and nurses from neighboring countries like the Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, and care workers from so many Asian countries, including India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. They go there, they need these people. They still don't call it like immigration or migration. They call it something else. So carefully crafted, like words chosen so carefully, because they don't want to promote migration. They want people, but they don't want to promote migration. And for healthcare workers in the UK, but they have like a immigration cap, like a migration cap. In 1 year, how many you can recruit? Like maybe 10,000. Even like they need 20,000, they will only recruit 10,000 because that is their cap, and that is decided by the government. And even there's lots of people wanting to come, and if you're lucky, you get a visa. If you're not lucky, it's just like a lottery, basically. By skilled workers, these are the skilled workers for the UK. I mentioned about nurses and care workers in Japan, and Japan started recruiting English language teacher as well, because they were not teaching English until recently in school. There was no need for English language. They realized that we're so integrated globally, and they can't survive in isolation, like in a very isolated country in a way. They didn't learn English. Now they value the language, and the foreign workers coming to work in their country, they started teaching English subject in secondary school. They started recruiting teachers from foreign countries. They didn't even have English teacher before. Also nurses and doctors. Now we look at source country, that is the destination, kind of general overview. Any question so far? Again, I said I'm not immigration officer. I wish I was. So it's difficult, isn't it? Like I'm probably in similar position as you, but maybe exposed to more people looking for visa. That's the only difference. Source countries. So what happens in source countries? How do people get visa to go abroad?
They apply to the particular embassy of that country where they want to go, and they supply required documents like bank statement, health insurance, of the visit. If there is an invitation or sponsorship given by the company or blood relative living over there, so they attach all these documents, submit to the embassy, and then wait for the turn to arrive.
Do you know anybody going for a study visa or work visa? How they started the process? Yeah, what you said is absolutely correct. And like how this is dealt at source countries. We have recruiters and brokers. Yeah? Agency will help them. You okay? Yes. Okay. Help guide them to prepare all the documents, bank statement, for example. When I was doing my research, looking at nurse migration, these agencies were guiding nurses to make bank statement, and the nurse will go and create one. And some of the bank statements were falsified, but agency will guide them. And also so many like health insurance you mentioned, and amount of money, and also educational qualification, admission letter from the university, all that it's dealt at the source country. So international education consultancies for skilled workers migrating to these countries, the popular destination countries I mentioned. for most of them, skilled workers, they go to educational consultancies and or manpower agencies, and they are global. They are in Australia, they are in the Philippines, and they are in Middle East, and they are here in India and also in Nepal. Yeah? They play a vital role, and they occupy very important space because they understand the language. When visa policy changes, like few days ago, UK visa policy has changed. Like they design new visa policy started, like it was implemented from either 21st of April or 19th of April, just this week. For example, all these IEC or consultancies will know exactly what's happening there in the UK, and they can translate and they can make it clear to people. They know how to navigate immigration challenges, and say I go to consultancy with like a bank statement of 20,000, not 20,000, 20 lakh rupees for it, or 20 or 50 lakh rupees, and they will say, oh, for this university you need that amount of money, for this city you live in that city you need more, otherwise you don't get visa. And they have this rough idea how to, where what is needed where, and what is good, and what the university demands, and how likely it is to get a visa, and all that kind of thing. They have very good knowledge, because they learn from their experience. International education consultancies, I don't know how many are there around here. They're not like direct migration brokers, but they are more brokering education.
IDP is education, its rights for the study.
Ah.
They generally help out with writing the statement of purpose, essay, and the initial required letter of references. So they help in the
Yeah, are there plenty around here in the no?
Not a single one in the district.
Okay. There are plenty in Nepal, in other countries. I've seen them, and I found them like a cultural translator. They will tell you, and they quote you. They used to quote you for interview, visa interview, for example. If you apply for US visa, they will ask you lots of questions. These people have very good knowledge, like what kinds of questions they're going to ask you, and prepare for that. Visa interview training, English language training, and all the paperwork. They're very good at it. And they have the link for jobs of employers in other countries as well. And they can tell you, like, if you go to Japan, you can work 28 hours a week and study full time. If you go to the UK, you can work 20 hours a week and study full time. And that kind of jobs available around that university. For example, if you come to Edinburgh, where I live, and there are how many universities in Edinburgh, they will know. And what they teach, what are the popular courses there, they will know. And what are the popular jobs available for students, education consultancies will know and guide accordingly. And they have this information about every single cities. Yeah. I just cannot imagine the world in migration without them now, without the brokers.
The new private colleges which are springing up there as a part of the deal in India, India or other elsewhere countries, where students will go with premeditated mind that will take admission in that particular college and do job in these many hours, and the admission will be on the paper. So there was like there were a lot of private colleges which were banned by the government.
True. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen lots of South Asian students went to the UK in early 2000, and there were the colleges, like they're not big university, but they were small colleges, and the students can enroll there and just pay £1,000. That's Hazar pounds, and they were called Hazaria colleges. The very famous term for them was Hazaria colleges, and some students call them visa college. You just get visa. It's not to study at all. And you go there, would you summarize it? You go there, they have this idea of going there like with a visa, proper document, and they didn't really need to go to university or college, and they work hard for a year or 18 months. They would get 18 months visa normally, and the visa is finished and come back or enroll into different course. And the UK Home Office realized the problem, and all these Hazaria colleges, all were closed in, I think, around 2010. There was a period those Hazaria colleges were flourishing in the UK. Now they don't exist now.
And they were opened by mainly the South
Yeah.
Asian immigrants.
Yeah.
The owners were
Yeah.
Punjabi people.
Don't say Punjabi, but there were some Nepali as well. So they were just bad people in a way, exploiting vulnerable migrants. Not just Punjabi or Nepali, or they had very good connection with the local, of course, British local. Easy to blame one group of people, but the gang or ideas are from different parts. Yeah. I wouldn't want to just blame Punjabi because I've seen them. I've seen Nepali doing that.
Yeah, but Punjabi are like more notorious in the UK
and I don't agree with that. Yeah. So okay.
How can you say that they are notorious?
Mm.
How can you say that Punjabis are notorious?
So I conclude with a few points: understanding visa and regulation. Just key points. Work permit policies are complex, and you need somebody to guide you properly. And all these international education consultancies or consultancies come to play that role. And visa policies are complex, and they're changing all the time. This year you have a certain regulation to go to the UK or US. Next year it will be different. American visa system has changed completely in last few months. I'm sure you all know that. Australia is the same. When they have their shortage is filled and they won't have any more migrant workers. And when they have a little small news about some students doing something like maybe breaking regulation, and they will put ban on whole state, like Gujarati students can't come to Australia, for example. That's ridiculous in a way. Bad people are everywhere. Australians are bad as well. That's kind of almost racist policy in a way. Yeah. And foreign work students, I've seen many female students work in care work sector, part-time job. In Australia, for example, in the UK, my student, they're international students coming to do degrees in Scotland, and their part-time job is to work in care work sector. And I think we mentioned that before. They're allowed to work 20 hours a week, but that is not strictly monitored. Many work extra hours and get less than minimum wage they're supposed to get. In most countries, visa processing is outsourced to private companies. It wasn't like that before, like 10-15 years ago. All visa applications were handled by relevant embassy. For example, if you want to go to Britain, you go to British embassy. Sweden, Swedish embassy. America, US embassy. That anymore. You want to go to Belgium, you want to go to UK, you want to go to, for example, Sweden. All applications are handled by VSF Global. It's a private company. Privatization in visa system. I'm sure you know that, but I'm repeating perhaps, but just a summary. E-visa is becoming very popular. I think India also has e-visa system for foreigners. I was in New Zealand recently, and first time I had e-visa. I didn't really understand that, but system is changing. And you also understand some countries and some nationalities are exempted, like me coming to India, I don't need visa. You come to Nepal, you don't need visa. For so many countries you can go without visa. And they're good countries, you can check out. You don't have to focus on UK or USA, but some European countries, they have really good education system and really good standard of life, like living standard. Many Indians probably won't need visa to go there. It's worth exploring visa exemption as well. It's not always like you need visa. People focus on the hard bit, like I want to go to the UK or USA, but there are equally good countries, and we're not aware of that. And if we want to apply for visa, you need to check visa processing time. If you want to go for a student, like sometimes visa processing time is longer, like can take several months or a year, and visa fees are expensive, and it's all almost like extorting money. It's just money making business. I think it feels like that. For example, when I first went to the UK 30 years ago, there was no visa fee. And now anybody wants to come to the UK, I can't even imagine that. It's so expensive. And not just application fee is expensive. You have to buy insurance, you have to buy health, something, you have to pay something there. And for students, like whole NHS extra cost for using their health system, it's very, very expensive. Sorry? No refund if vote cancelled. I know, no refund. Yeah. My advice is like first find out. I was interviewed by a journalist 2 weeks ago, and he said his main question was all these in Nepal, all these students, highly educated group of people in society, with good degree, good ability to comprehend, think, and understand their future. Why do they have to go to educational consultancies? Why can't they complete their application form themselves? University application forms are available online. They are transparent. Anybody can do that. They should be able to do that job if they really want to go abroad for a study. And that was this person's main question. And my answer was, it's not just filling up application form for university. And the visa process is so complex. If I have to go to any countries, I'll have to find out, because it's just so complicated. So it's not easy for students who have not been exposed to these complex visa process and rejected by their application being rejected and all that. So it's not simple as like going to embassy or going to VSF and apply for visa. Most important job is to do research, study yourself and what you want to do. And for a skill job or a study visa or anything, explore yourself first. That is my advice for all the students and all the skilled workers. Any questions? I don't know, what were your expectations when you saw the title of the presentation?
It's high expectations.
Did you have like you get answer to all these complex questions, or yeah, you did?
Can I ask you one thing? Like, ma'am, suppose what kind of students these teachers in these foreign countries are expecting from India? Like, what kind of pieces they are expecting? What kind of paper they want?
It's not that you're talking about university or visa office.
No, ma'am. No. I'm talking about the teachers, the professors. Yeah.
What kind of students they're expecting?
Like someone from you. So.
Do you want honest example? Very, very honest. Maybe I shouldn't speak, but I will speak. They're not looking at students' quality. Some university, really good university and genuine people will look for good quality student. And but many colleges are just looking for your money. Because it's £15,000 or £20,000. I didn't say anything. Sorry, I'll take this.
Yeah, it's a very tricky. That's why I said understand about the course, college, everything. Talk to people, take your time. Don't rush. Don't rush because there's some really bad. Not like before until like around 2010 there were Azalea colleges. They were really bad. Now they're gone. But because Western universities will need money because they're not really able to sustain without international students because international students bring money. For example, in the UK, home students, international students fees. And if you come to my university, I welcome you all because how much money I get from this lot? They will take you. In Australia, for example, is that okay?
Turn off the camera.
Just the audio. Yeah. For example, Australia's gross domestic product